We're ready.
Everyone good? Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our school board retreat on Friday, February 5th. This is our second day of our retreat. And so I'll call this meeting to order. Ms. Tanner, will you please take the roll?
Yes, Basine.
Here.
Hampson.
Here.
Clanton.
Present.
Gabriel. Jordan.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
And Martin.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Okay, so today on our agenda, we have a review of the St. Paul's Quadrant, a discussion about rebranding our schools and the policy that relates to that, the Lake Taylor School updates, and we should be adjourned by 12:30. So we'll begin with our icebreaker. Dr. Birdsong, who will be leading us in that?
Mrs. Matthews will be leading
Wonderful.
our icebreaker this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Matthews.
Good morning, Chairwoman Martin. Good morning, school board members and everyone. Our icebreaker for today is thinking about your journey from a student to now being an educational leader. And so we're going to go back into our groups, into the breakout sessions, and talk amongst yourselves to reflect back to when you were a student and share some of the experiences that you had in school and making connections to where you are now, professionally in your career, as well as serving as board members and leaders for Norfolk Public Schools. Some examples may be you really thought the science experiments in school were cool and you used to do them on your own and now that's what you do for a living. Or you always had that legislative bug in you and now you serve on that committee. So just thinking back to, being in the Student Government Association, things like that. So just kind of talk amongst yourselves in your groups and see where you can make those connections from where you were as a student to where you are now. And then we will come back out of those breakout rooms and share out as we did yesterday.
Great. Sounds like fun. All right.
All right, we should get our pop-ups to go in our rooms
Send you to your
in
room.
just a
And
moment.
looks like Clanton and Smith, I'm going to reassign you guys again. Thanks.
Thank you.
do you want to go ahead?
Sure. All right. So hopefully you enjoyed Icebreaker number 2 today as well. Since this was a little bit different where it's not a collective response, we can just let a few individuals who'd like to share, because you may have also found some commonalities, as Mr. Jordan and Mr. Billups mentioned, in your childhood journey, your journey as a student up until now. So feel free to share those as well, or if you just want to share your individual experience as a student and the connections you made to where you are now. So do we have a volunteer that would like to share first?
Go ahead.
All
Mr.
right, Mr. Clanton.
Great. Well, we had another great session. For me, we talked about in school, I was very involved in a lot of student organizations, morning news team, debate, and I was state president, actually the only state president for the Virginia Technology Student Association from Norfolk. I've been waiting for years for that to change, but very involved in that. Went to the governor's school. We talked about that. But the other thing that I really kind of identified is that one of my favorite times during summer break was the last 2 weeks of school. And that's when the teachers would come back. And every year until, I guess, elementary school, probably like, I think it was around 4th or 5th grade, when my mom would allow me, and I would go to school and help my former teachers put up their bulletin boards and get everything together. And I would meet my new teachers. And that was something that I did all the way through high school. And it was just, I just enjoyed being around my teachers. And I guess it really kind of why my slogan is student-centered and teacher-inspired, because really my teachers are an inspiration. So there's my piece.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We had some great discussions. Mr. Fraley talked about him being competitive and liking to compare things, which is why he did so well with data when he was a principal. And Dr. Birdsong talked about even being a teacher way back when her teachers would let her lead the classroom, which was kind of unheard of back then, but that's why she's the educational leader she is now. And we were both cheerleaders, and we feel like we're both cheerleaders for Norfolk Public Schools now. TV production was my favorite class at Norview High School, and I always made newsletters for fun. So imagine that. So those were some of the connections that we had. I think I saw Mr. Jordan's hand go up.
Yes.
Was that your hand?
Yes, it was. And I will try to talk a little bit about what Mr. Billups, Dr. Pohl, and I talked about, but I would invite them to chime in and fix it up as appropriate. But it was interesting. I think the three of us, well, I started off. I went first and I talked about my experiences growing up. I attended Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I shared a first grade experience where my first grade, it was part of desegregation going on in Virginia Beach, and how I would come home crying in first grade. And I remember my teacher, I remember her name, and I've shared this story with some of the board members before, that I just remember one day my teacher was gone. And later in years, I think it was either late high school or early college, sitting down at the kitchen table with my mother and recounting this story and how much I liked this teacher, but wasn't sure why she disappeared. I found out from my mother that she was responsible. My mother was responsible for this teacher disappearing, because I was coming home crying every day, even though I started off school being enthusiastic. And come find out that my teacher thought that I was one of the Black students being transported in from another neighborhood, even though we lived less than a mile from the school. And so whatever attitude that this teacher had towards these Black students, it was causing me to come home crying and upset. And so my mother went down and apparently had a conversation with Mr. Jenkins, who was the principal at the time. And I didn't know for 18, 19 years, 16 years, whatever later, that was why that teacher was reassigned. And then I just talked about being in the SCA, and then also shared that in my senior year, the one time that I was allowed by my parents to leave school early was when they allowed me to drive to school for once and leave my last bell government class early to drive to 35th Street and to join with my uncle and others as there was a march being led by Jesse Jackson in Norfolk against Norfolk moving towards being the first school division in the country to resegregate its schools at the elementary school level. So I shared those stories, which I think triggered in Dr. Pohl to share some of his kind of parallel stories. And then Mr. Billups also talked about his story with, I don't know if people know the history of the Greene versus New Kent County lawsuit that also dealt with desegregation, but I don't want to minimize their stories, and if they get an opportunity to kind of speak to their experiences, I think it's important to hear that. But it was interesting how the three of us had similar experiences that drove what we're doing today.
Wow, very powerful. Mr. Pohl, did you want to jump in?
I was just going to mention the fact that we also learned that Mr. Jordan and I are truly arch rivals, because I'm a Cox grad and he's an FC grad, and those are the two arch rival schools in Virginia Beach, and that was something we learned as well. But I think Mr. Jordan did a nice job of summing up, and we did have a lot of similarities, interesting through our educational careers that really brought us to, I think, why we are all three passionate about what we do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Pohl. Would anybody else like to share?
Come on. All right, Christine, Ms. Smith.
Ms. Smith.
Okay. Dr. Martin, Mr. Jenkins, all three of us, somewhere along our paths, were involved in community service type activities. For myself, I shared with the group how, as a child, I would go to the grocery store with my grandmother, and I had a calculator with me. And my job was, it's the job I created for myself, was to calculate her purchases and try to get as close as I possibly could to what the cashier came up with as her total. Also, while I was in junior high and high school, I used to tutor other students in algebra. Did the same thing in college and after college. In college, I would do algebra and statistics. And then when I got out of school, graduated, my way of giving back, I would tutor at local high schools when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, students in algebra, as well as I shared any information that I would pick up along the way that I knew was not commonplace in my community or my inner circle. I didn't hesitate to share that information as a way to expand basically the knowledge base of the people around me. So to me, that just seems to be a natural pathway to where I am. And I mentioned I was in FBLA also when I was in high school.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Smith. Anyone else before we move on?
I didn't get to share in the group. We were chatting too much. I mean, just enjoying each other's stories, I think, you know. But when I was beginning to say in our group was, so growing up, I was always, everyone, especially the women in my family, were very involved in community service. And my grandmother, my mom's mother, and her best friend, even to this day, her best friend, they were very involved in the PTA. And this was in the late 60s up in Akron, Ohio. And I heard stories about, you know, all their fundraising and the, you know, all the fun stories about doing newspaper drives and hoping your house didn't burn down because she had so many newspapers in the house and, you know, things like that. And just, you know, just a lot of of really good parts, but one of the more serious differences that they made was, or impacted, and the ways that they impacted the schools was, Mary was president of the PTA. My grandmother, she convinced my grandmother to be the vice president, and they, it was at a very tumultuous time in Akron schools, and there was a lot of rioting going on in the streets and in the schools, and so they would tell these stories about having to be escorted in by the police in and out of PTA meetings, and how children weren't going in the classrooms. They didn't want to use the bathrooms because it was just a really there was just a lot of I guess bullying and things going on, and actual riots were breaking out. And so they took it upon themselves to organize, get parents involved, and to patrol the hallways to make sure that when that bell rang, the kids were in the schools, and to patrol out, outside to make sure that, kids weren't exiting or hanging out outside, and also going to the state capitol to advocate, for safer schools. And so it, that all of that resonated with me. And like many of you had said, was always very active in community organizations. I was also a cheerleader, and president of our pep club. And I just dawned on me, in high school, we were asked, when Ross Perot was running for office for president, we were asked to go and kind of get the crowd going. And I remember being like, wow, this is my dream, like being a cheerleader and politics, this is great. And looking back, it was just so nerdy, but it was just that I've just always been drawn to that. And I can see how that really impacted how I am where I am today.
Great connection. Wonderful story. Thank you for sharing that. I think that is all of our time for the icebreaker today. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you for leading us in this.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, let's get on to our agenda. So next we have an overview and update of the St. Paul's Quadrant and what's happening there.
All right, good morning, Dr. Martin, Chairwoman Dr. Martin, Vice Chair Jordan, members of the board. Dr. Birdsong was unfortunately called to a meeting at 8:30. She'll be without us for about an hour. So as her designee, I'd like to introduce the next presentation. This morning, we're going to start with an overview of the St. Paul's Quadrant and the Choice Neighborhood Initiative Grant. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to start with Mr. Fraley.
Good morning, everybody. Karen, now that Dr. Pohl's done the introduction, can you go straight to slide 2, please? All right, well, we will present timelines, the rationale for the phase approach, occupancy and impact data for the relocations, the people plan, and educational supports. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about timelines. In 2005, the city residents and businesses began discussions and developed plans to transform the area into a mixed income, mixed use neighborhood with pedestrian-friendly development. In 2014, the city and NRHA created a vision for the area as identified in the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. In 2015-2016, a component of Virginia's application called for the demolition of Tidewater Gardens in Calvert Square in order to remove public housing from flood-prone areas and the introduction of innovative stormwater techniques for new mixed income communities to be developed and thrive within the area. In 2016, to implement the recommendations of Norfolk's plan to reduce poverty, the city began discussions with Purpose-Built Communities, a nonprofit consulting group that promotes a comprehensive model that links housing, education, workforce development, transportation, and health services. The model is people-centered and neighborhood-based. In 2018, City Council passed a resolution authorizing the city to move forward in partnership to transform the St. Paul's area. Next slide, please. In 2018-2019, the city and NRHA pursued and won a $30 million HUD Choice Neighborhood Initiative implementation grant to jumpstart phase 1 of the transformation by redeveloping Tidewater Gardens. MPS now serves as the educational lead for that grant, and Dr. Poe will be discussing that later in our presentation. In 2018-2019, the city developed and rolled out a comprehensive case management program called People First to work with families around economic mobility, education, housing stability, and health and wellness. Urban Strategies, Inc. was hired to implement that program. In 2019, NRHA stopped rehousing at Tidewater Gardens and began voluntary relocations. In 2020, the city was awarded $14.4 million from the Department of Transportation. October of that year, official relocation notices sent to residents in the first phase of relocation. And late 2020, the city engaged a consulting group to design the 26-acre Blue Greenway that will handle the stormwater and the flooding issues in that area. Next slide, please. The phases are developed based on 2 overriding factors. Factor 1, it was not the intention to move everyone at once. Moving 618 households at one time would have not provided families with the necessary time to adjust and will not have provided People First urban strategy staff with time to work with the families who needed more extensive relocation counseling. Always the intention to approach this in phases. Factor 2, there's a heat trench system. They needed to maintain heat and other utilities to families throughout the relocation. This will require some rerouting of utilities as the system is interconnected, but the phases are based on the layouts of the heat trench. They are starting from Fenchurch, which is west to east, to better mesh with the new developments so that new housing units are coming online as soon as possible. So as they demolish, they'll begin rebuilding. So they'll be removing and filling in at the same time. The heat plant that serves the community will be the last structure demolished and is next to the property management office, which is on the east side of the property. It is important to note that voluntary relocation began in February 2019, which is why we see vacancies spread across all of the phases. The actual relocation through the 120-day notice to vacate only began in October of 2020. Most of the families that have relocated today have been voluntary moves. Other timelines. Relocation is projected to be completed by September 2022. New construction is set to begin early in the summer of 2021. The CNI project is scheduled to be completed by September 2025 with 710 mixed income housing units. Next slide, please. And here's the map of the current vacancy. This slide reveals the number of vacant units, which is highlighted in green. And this slide also reveals the units assigned to each of the 4 phases. Phase 1 beginning off Fenchurch Street. And if I could kind of talk you through it, if you're looking at the far left side of it, you'll notice that that's Fenchurch Street. And then the far right side would be the front of the property. That would be Tidewater Drive. You'll see that phase 1 is in what I'll call light tan. It's in on the far left near Fenchurch, and then up in the front near Tidewater Drive. And you'll see the blue, which is sort of in the center, and then in the front off Tidewater Drive. And then the green, which is phase 3, and then the yellow, which is kind of up front near the rental offices and the supervisory areas, is in the yellow. So they will begin at Fenchurch and they will move east to Tidewater Drive. If you look at the far left upper green building that's kind of all by itself up there, that building was demolished last week. We kind of watched it here from the cab office as they started the demolition of that building. Next slide, please. Slide 7. This slide represents the total units vacant or occupied in each of the 4 phases. The current occupancy is 339 units of the original 618. And what you can glean from here is how many folks are left still in the property by phases and what the percentage are of the vacant units. And the far column where it says change from prior report, Mr. Fuddy gets this report about every 4 to 6 weeks. And this is the most recent report we received, and I believe it's December of 2020. Next slide, please. Let's see, I believe this is the slide of the families that desire to return to the St. Paul's area. And they broke that down by phases. In the middle, you'll see the total number of residents that desire to return, and the percentages in the next column. And then the far one is a change over or under the last report that was published. And what I gleaned from this is 222 people that have been relocated so far want to return to the area. I think that's a good thing for our average daily membership. Next slide, please. This slide reveals where the families moved that were relocated. It also defines the school patterns the students will attend if they remain in those communities. NRHA started tracking this data in February of 2019. This list includes where at least 9 children were located, and those children age from 0 to 18 years of age. And so just to talk you through one of them, so where it says Park Place 17, that's the number of students, and their new pattern for attendance would be Monroe, Blair, and Maury. So this is a change from the Tidewater Gardens schooling, the school locations they would have transitioned through. Next slide, please. This data represents NPS data from Synergy as of January 14th, 2021. Although NPS reports to NRHA monthly, this data may vary from the latest data from NRHA. NRHA numbers are from numbers on the lease for occupancy, although others may be live in the units that are not on the lease. The data on this slide is the most accurate data that we currently have. This data is very fluid and will continue to be due to the eviction notices that are slated for the near future. This slide represents the change in enrollment for schools that have received the relocated families. Enrollment of students relocating from Tidewater Gardens compared to September 2018 with a change of at least 5 students. You can see that there's been a number of students that have left the schools that are in that St. Paul's corridor, and then to your left, you can see the change in enrollment. Those numbers don't add up. I mean, they're close, but one of the key factors you'll see here, according to CNI records, is that 86 leaseholders have left Norfolk, which represents 114 students. And if you take that into account, the numbers are close between the loss in the St. Paul's corridor and the gain in our other corridors. I will now turn the presentation over to Dr. Polk.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fraley, and good morning again, everybody. As part of the support being provided to those who are being displaced by the St. Paul's redevelopment, the Choice Neighborhood Initiative Grant, or CNI grant, includes a specific component to support families called the People Plan. The People Plan has areas of focus such as relocation assistance, financial credit recovery, mental and physical health resources, childcare, and a required area of focus on education. Within the grant, there are 3 specific areas of focus on education: kindergarten readiness, proficiency in reading and math, and on-time graduation. Next slide, thank you. The CNI grant's focus on kindergarten is for children to enter kindergarten ready to learn. There are 3 expected outcomes as seen on this slide. 100% of target youth from birth to kindergarten entry will be participating in center-based or formal home-based early learning strategies, early learning settings or programs by the end of the grant period. The second is 100% of target youth in kindergarten will demonstrate at the beginning of the program or school year age appropriate functioning across multiple domains of early learning as determined by using developmentally appropriate early learning measures. The third one is 65% of target families with children's ages 0 to 5 will be engaged in home visiting programs to increase school readiness. The next area of focus is on school age children, has an impact statement of children are proficient in core academic subjects. Excuse me, and this one has 4 expected outcomes. First, 85% of target youth in grades 3 through 8 and 9th combined will score at or above grade level on state assessments. The second is 85% of target youth in grades 3 through 8 and 9th combined will score at or above grade level on state reading assessments. Then the third of the 53% of target youth will improve their school attendance. And the final is 85% of target youth will participate in high quality youth development programs with a focus on academic improvement, social and emotional development, and improved health. The final impact statement is youth, including those with disabilities, graduate from high school, college, and career ready with an expected outcome of 85% of target youth will graduate from high school, college, and career ready. To support these efforts, next slide, please. Sorry, Ms. Tanner. To support these efforts, NPS principals within the St. Paul's corridor have been in close contact with individuals who are supporting families through the CNI grant. There has been consistent collaboration with People First to ensure that pre-K eligible students are enrolled in learning facilities, private or public, and to meet to discuss academic progress of students affected by the transformation. The mentoring program with Life Enrichment Center, as well as Women United, has been strengthened to maintain contact with students as they transition from the St. Paul's area to a new area. A student need fund has been created to support students with needs for items like glasses, clothing, and the like. There have also been several family supporting events this year to include a community day where families come together to celebrate academic success of students, a school supply drive and distribution, a Thanksgiving dinner distribution, Christmas toy drive and distribution, and a warm coat drive and distribution. Additionally, school media specialists are going into Tidewater Gardens and Young Terrace weekly to offer books, supplies, and information pertinent to the schools. Finally, collaboration with faith-based partners has been supporting families and students through this whole process. As was presented at Wednesday's work session, Dr. Phillips detailed a great deal of work being done to support our target students in this area. Principals within the St. Paul's corridor and at schools where students are transitioning are working with students and families throughout the use of social and emotional supports. In connection with the CNI grant, there have been home visits. Schools have provided school supplies and clothing assistance, as well as PPE to ensure students and families are safe. Additionally, students from the St. Paul's corridor have had opportunities to experience virtual experiences such as weekly Girl Scout meetings, Thursday family game nights, and participating in activities with the virtual school bus, which is a scheduled virtual homework hour for elementary students. As students move out of the St. Paul's corridor to other locations within Norfolk, supports that are in place through the grant partners stay with the students. Additionally, principals are made aware of the student enrolling to offer needed supports to the student. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share this update and information regarding the St. Paul's redevelopment update. At this time, we're ready to answer questions you may have.
I just want to say something real quick. So, and this, I was just recently reminded, Mr. Jordan and I were having a discussion about our experience down in Louisiana post Hurricane Katrina and the work that was being done in New Orleans. And New Orleans had this, their Mayor Nagin started this program called Bring New Orleans Back. And, because there were, millions of displaced people as a result of the devastation that Hurricane Katrina caused. And while the CNI grant is, excellent for our community. And I know that there's been a lot of people working really hard around this. I've always been a little skeptical, and it's just me talking based on my experience in Louisiana about how people, you say bring people back. Well, people may come back, but it's not always the same people. And so I just want to state that. And if there's any information that you can share to help me maybe understand how this situation is different, I'd really, really welcome that, because it's just always kind of been in the back of my mind. Because I really, don't want these people to be, or these citizens, our community members, to be displaced. Anyways, it just kind of gets to me a little, on a certain level. So sorry to start with this, but it's the first instinct. This is the first place I go whenever we talk about this, is my concern. So, okay, I'll take questions. I'm not sure who had their hand up first. We'll start with Ms. Basine and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I have a few questions, and starting with, I guess, Mr. Fraley, some of the slides that he was reviewing. Let me go. It's slide 9, specifically 9 and 10. So this is more of a comment, but something for discussion as we continue to work with urban strategies and work through the CNI grant. We are Norfolk Public Schools, as we talked about yesterday. We're in an effort. We're working towards deconcentrating poverty in our schools. And what is the role? So how are we working with, urban strategies and the broader, our city leaders toward that goal? So what I see here is that families have moved into areas or into feeder patterns that we know are still concentrated in poverty. So I'd like to know a little more about what efforts are going on in our partnership through the CNI grant to minimize this and create opportunities for our families in those public housing units where they have access to neighborhoods and schools of greater opportunity. So I don't know who can speak to that, but if Dr. Pohl or Mr. Fraley, if you have any information to elaborate on that, and it's more of a comment, but a question too in regards to the partnership that's taking place.
Well, I hope you can appreciate my forward nature. We just re-engaged in this about a month and a half ago. When I came on board in August, that project had come to a halt. And so it wasn't a primary focus from my office. So when we heard that they were going to start the 120-day notices, Mr. Fuddy and I re-engaged with them and asked them for the timelines, and we started studying the history. What I know in the context of your direct question is the people were relocated into homes where they could use their vouchers and their the opportunities that were created for the relocations. And so those particular locations, I guess the best way to qualify would be in these areas here.
Right. So, and I understand that, but as advocates, and I'm not saying to you, I'm more talking to us as a collective body, we should be advocating for something different. I know many of us have been, but when you say re-engage, and I appreciate that, that information. So how long have we, so it appears there was a pause in the level of engagement between Norfolk Public Schools maybe, and, what was the gap in where we hadn't had someone engaged in the process? Was it a suspension by the city, or was it just, having the right people in place?
Well, I was referring to the operations division. I believe that Dr. Pohl's supports remain engaged. I believe Jamie Malinek was the liaison appointed by the superintendent to attend the meetings so that they could stay current on the CNI information. I was just talking from operations and us having an understanding for the physical changes in the vacancies. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mr. Fraley's correct. We have not been had any gaps as far as the educational portion. We've been continuing to go to those meetings for educational supports.
Oh, great. Thank you for that clarification. I was when it wasn't clear on that. And I'm sorry, one of my kids is printing something in my. So hopefully you can hear me.
Quarantine life.
What's that? Yes. Parenting during the pandemic and teaching at home. Yes. Oh my goodness. Dr. Martin, can you come back to me and let Miss Smith have a turn, or whoever was next, and come back to me.
If you want to continue. Okay. Ms. Smith, go ahead, and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. To add to some of what Dr. Martin and Ms. Basine was saying, and I'm not looking for an answer right now, so it's more of a comment. So the information that we're looking at, it's telling us a story, and I think we have to get to the root of the story. For example, it would be great if we had somebody on our staff who could put this in context for us. We have reductions in Tidewater Gardens. We're seeing people, families with students move to other areas within the city. There are plans by the city to create more units. Some units are going to be 1-bedroom units, some are going to be more. So from that, and I guess from a social scientist perspective, we should be able to say that this is the number of families potentially that would come back to this area. And this is what it's going to look like for us in terms of potentially for student enrollment, so that we can have a better idea of what this means to our district in terms of occupancy, the whole cooperative strategies plan that we discussed yesterday. Just how does all this link in? Because when you look at page 10 of this, you're seeing more decreases in PB Young than we are in Tidewater Gardens, but the presentation is all about the vacancies in Tidewater Gardens. So there seems to be somewhat of a disconnect. What's causing or driving the reduction at PB Young?
The school, please be reminded that they're grade paired. PB Young is the K2 and Tidewater Park is the 3-5, and then they transition up to Ruffner. And so there's a difference in the grade levels in the building. Okay. As they transition up from PB Young to Tidewater, and then as they transfer from Tidewater to Ruffner.
So then these are just changes in enrollment, not necessarily associated with the relocation from the housing area.
I would say it's a combination.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's basically changes in enrollment as a whole, but not specifically. We're not to interpret this as specifically or solely related to the reduction in housing, families moving out of the housing units.
Correct. Yes, it's a combination of both. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But back to my original statement, I think it would be helpful for us to just see one more step to this, meaning what does this mean in terms of, and Ms. Basine was hitting on it, in terms of our other schools, our occupancy, the utilization, and our ability to plan for that.
So it's going to be challenging, I can tell you, because until this entire thing comes to fruition, we're not going to have all the definitive data. I mean, Mr. Fuddy is our projection specialist. He may want to interject here because this is what he does. One of his primary jobs are for us here in Norfolk Public Schools. But yes, Ms. Smith, I would agree. It's going to be very challenging. Dr. Pohl, I think I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Fraley. So, Ms. Smith, one of the things that Mr. Fuddy and I had the opportunity to talk about last week was how are we specifically making sure that we know who these students are that are being displaced and how we can add that to synergy so that we can even further replace and say, okay, we know exactly which students came from being displaced because of these changes in the transition and where they are currently in our division to even add further supports and further data to it so that we can then also use that when we're looking at data to track and say, okay, we know in this specific school, there are 18 of our students came from the displacement of this construction project so that we can use that in our projections as well. But so we're looking to add that to synergy and have a way to do a data report on that in the future.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And Mr. Fuddy, did you have anything to add to that? You're on mute.
There we go. No, it's a moving target, and we're going to track this over the next year or so. As Mr. Fraley said, is that the plans currently are that by the summer of next summer, not this coming, but the next summer, all of these units will be vacant unless, of course, the courts step in. But I understand there's now a new refile to halt the movement, the eviction notices. So this is a moving target, but this slide kind of does show where some of the children are moving, and those schools are being adjusted for the enrollment projections, both myself and also cooperative strategies, as students move to other areas, potentially of the district, and also out of the actually Norfolk area itself too.
Ms. Campson, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I just had a quick question for Mr. Fraley. I was looking back at yesterday's educational planning to remind myself what was happening with Tidewater Park, and I see that the recommendation is to close or repurpose that school. Is that kind of based on this St. Paul's redevelopment plan?
Well, ma'am, it could be. We don't have a definitive answer as to whether or not that project will consume the land that Tidewater Park Elementary School is on. We have tried to engage to get a definitive answer there, but we don't have that. It is still being discussed. One of the primary things that is going on here is the Blue Water Greenway, because there's so much flooding in that area.
Yes.
What's happening is they're trying to design this to where they have a watershed to where the water can settle through the watershed and then be released into the Elizabeth River from the natural filtration of the watershed. There's now issues.
I did hear that when I sat in a meeting on this. At that time, what they showed, but that was a couple of years ago, was that area stayed as a green area. But see, that leads me to when I look at Young, I mean, I think the water was almost up to my knees when I got caught there one day for a site visit in the parking lot, trying to get back to my car in the parking lot. And so then I see a building of 600 to go in Young, which is a good central location, true, but the flooding it seems to me, just for my own visits to those schools, that the flooding's even worse at Young. So is there mitigation for Young also? I read across the chart and I didn't see that. And for years, besides the fact that it's a teeny tiny school,
yes, ma'am.
That's why I really love to see these 600 people once go in. They're not too big, but they're not too small. But why those distinctions there? I'm kind of confused.
Well, what we've been looking at in ed planning, Dr. Paul, myself, and a few others in the internal committee is the city going to, if they have to take Tidewater Elementary, is the city planning on replacing it and building a new structure? In one of the meetings that we attended, we heard that. We asked, is there a designated area for that? And we told in the initial plans that they thought they were going to get the Postal Service property to develop into a new schoolhouse. The problem is the federal government is not interested in giving up that piece of property in the most recent information we received. So we asked, because, you know, we know Norfolk, we asked about the property across from the Burger King right there on Tidewater Drive, which is fairly elevated. And it's a rather large piece of property. We asked, was that consumed for development at this time? Or is that a possibility for a school site? And again, this was just conversation. And we were told that at this time it was not scheduled for development, and that it was a property controlled by the city. So, you know, there's a lot going on as far as conversation and ed planning, and that's up to the board to decide and to engage. But there's some interesting things in the air. Nothing is locked down.
All right, I think my concern was, and you certainly have much more knowledge of what can be built on these properties or not, but that's a big area not to have an elementary school. I mean, certainly I'm not in favor of the split. Sorry. I'm certainly not, you know, where you are with your knowledge of it, but it just seems like I've always thought they need to just combine those two schools, but where's the driest site to do it? And it does not seem like either one of their locations is a good site. And so it was just my interest in what was happening with all that, because that's something I keep thinking about with this. Where are the children going, and where's a good place so that they don't have such a long trip to it? So and I know you don't have an answer for that right now, but that's a long way. You know, if we lose both those schools, combining them and making one would be a great idea. I wish I thought of this yesterday when we were talking about ed planning. But it doesn't seem like we want to leave them schoolless at the elementary level.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why ed planning listed the options for Ruffner as a 3-8, just in case their, you know, Tidewater Park Elementary is consumed. But again, you know, a lot of this is conjecture because nothing's locked in, and there's just conversations about options.
Well, I don't have any problem. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, go ahead.
I was going to say, Lauren, to your question, back when it first started that I heard about this was that they had considered a much larger area, which would include Young Terrace, for example, which is where PB Young is located. But they have now decided, and the plans are just Tidewater Gardens. So PB Young is not, because it's across the street, part of the Tidewater Gardens area. So yeah, but it ties into your question on what Mr. Fraley was talking about is elementary school for the entire area, and how all that ties together with PB Young and Ruffner is something that needs to be planned out and going forward, if that clarifies it. But PB Young is not to be, that area is not in the planning right now.
All right, and that helps some. And I know this isn't a decision that we can make as a school board. The city makes the decisions, and then we can decide what to do about our buildings. It's just something I'd like us to keep in mind. I don't have a problem with the K-8 at Ruffner, but you still got the 3-8, but you still got the K-2. So we're finding that model has not been as successful as we thought it was going to be. Splitting the grade levels there, which I thought at the time was a great idea, but it has not been successful. And so I wouldn't want to lock us into that. And anyway, I won't draw this out. Just something I wanted us to all have in our minds is we don't need kids in places that are flooding, and you can't get the buses in, and the parents can't get in, and you have to take your shoes off and roll up your pants to get to your car in the parking lot when the rain hits. Children should not be in those kind of conditions. They're dangerous. So just my thoughts, even though I know that we don't directly make any determinations about what they end up doing in St. Paul's. Thank you both. Thank you guys, both of you.
And we've gleaned our information from meetings with city folks and NRHA people that are involved in the developments. And again, I want to state definitively, you know, this is just question and answers and conjecture at best. There's nothing locked in at this time.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Thank you for coming back to me. So I have a few more questions. So just to carry on the conversation that was just being had. So I was refreshing with the CNI grant itself, and so one of the things as part of that grant is to set up a pre-K 8 laboratory school, and there's several components to it as part of their education strategy. And I guess I would like to hear more about, you went over the expected outcomes. So where are we right now in terms of how our students are doing that are in those areas? I mean, I have a lot of questions and a lot of comments toward our advocacy because we are the education partners as part of that grant. But if we can, the expected outcomes that are that you had provided in the slides, as well as what is in the grant, I would like for the board to receive or set up some sort of a monitoring schedule where we're able to understand how our students are doing academically and how they're doing in regards to the other supports as outlined in the grant itself. I believe that Urban Strategies too had hired, I know this time last year, I recall at a city council retreat, they had introduced or identified an education, someone who was on the urban strategy side responsible for the education piece to be our, I guess, the liaison between the two entities, Norfolk Public Schools and the St. Paul's, People's First, I think, or Urban Strategies. And, I would like to hear more about the metrics that are outlined in the grant, how we're doing, and have some sort of a schedule where we're receiving that update either in a report or, in a presentation. So I wanted to put that out there, because with the time that goes by between, the time we previously talked about St. Paul's and where we are today, I feel like, we all need that refresher because there's so much going on, especially, during this pandemic. I understand we don't have state testing data, but we have other pieces of information to tell us how our kids are doing. That are specifically impacted by St. Paul's. And so I would like to hear more about that. I know others have questions as well. So if I have anything else to add, I'll come back to that. But I wanted to make that request and also, tie these updates to the grant itself. So.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you. First, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Martin, for allowing this presentation to be on the agenda. Norfolk Public Schools is the education lead, or supposed to be the education lead on this project, and this is the first time that the school board has been allowed to discuss this significant project. I'm directing my comments directly to you, Dr. Martin, because in governance training we're told to do that. This is not directed at the staff or the administration in any way. But I believe that as a board, we are allowing educational malpractice to occur. We are the lead education partner. The discussion that we had yesterday about ed planning ties directly to this. In full disclosure, as an individual citizen, I've raised multiple concerns about this continuing pattern. If you look at the relocation data, what is occurring is children who are already in a challenged environment, high poverty, racially isolated environment, being under the threat of a bulldozer, being relocated to other schools in neighborhoods that are challenged or in challenging environments. Families, as was described, many leaving voluntarily. I would tell every family, don't leave until you are forced to leave, to make sure that you are able to access all of the benefits that are afforded to you under this process. But yes, there are children that are moving and being moved outside of the city as a result of being under the threat of this displacement. In the larger project area, the St. Paul's area project area goes from Tidewater Park. It includes Tidewater Park. It includes PB Young Terrace. It includes Calvert Square. It goes all the way up to the railroad track, has impact on Huntersville. And within that project area, it's approximately 93% African American. There are 2,000 children in that area, children under 18. The area is one of the few census tracts, and still may be the only census tract in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where there are more children in the project area than adults. And so Norfolk Public Schools, as the educational lead, I think has a far greater opportunity to be courageous advocates for the children there and to ensure that actions take place in the best interest of the academic outcomes for those children, those that are in school now, those who are not quite old enough yet to enroll in school but will be, and those who will graduate in the midst of a pandemic on one side, and the trauma of being displaced and having to move in the midst of the pandemic trauma. So there's a quadruple impact that those families and children are under. And so I feel, considering the significant number of school-age children that are being impacted by this project, that it is very much within the responsibility and authority of the school system to engage in a way that we are advocating on the best interest or on behalf of the children, and not take a passive role. I think at our work session, we heard from the great principal at Tidewater Park Elementary about all the supports and resources that she's pulling together and partners that are coming together. And it's still not nearly enough. And just consider how much time she and her staff have to spend on doing those types of collaborative partnerships when we know that our focus, as we talked about yesterday, is on academic outcomes. So it is a added stress on the leadership at both schools, all the schools, and the teachers there in trying to better serve our children. I don't want you to lose sight of Jaycox that's being impacted by this with the Huntersville area and the relocation. I don't want you to lose sight of Chesterfield. I don't want you to lose sight of Southside STEM, St. Helena, Richard Bowling. They are all being impacted because we talked a lot and have had a lot of data throughout the years about the stability of children being able to log in, children being able to have supports as relates to the pandemic. If we don't know where the children are, and if they are constantly being moved as a result of this, it has impact on our ability to engage. So I'm gonna close my speech at this point. I'm intentionally trying to be guarded in some of my responses here, but I do think that this warrants a level of attention and focus from the school board that we've not given it to date. The minutes from the St. Paul's Advisory Committee are on our website. You can go to the website. Norfolk Public Schools has a seat at that table. Attendance by Norfolk Public Schools at that table has not been consistent. So I'll just end that there. But this is a significant impact on children. And I think Norfolk Public Schools needs to view it in that context and take the opportunity to truly demonstrate what we mean by equity and opportunity and being the cornerstone of a proudly diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Clanton, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I can't disagree with most of the things that I've heard from my colleagues. This is a very important project that will very much and is at the present moment having an effect on our students. For full transparency, in my professional role, I both work with 2 community action agencies. So I was very much involved in the CNI grant application in Newport News. And now as the vice president at Stop Inc., I was involved in being able to working with trying to provide resources and support through this process. But with that being stated, I know that we are in the process of having a joint meeting with council. And I believe that this needs to be one of those topics that we have that joint conversation because we need to know and understand really what council's vision is when it comes to this particular project, because kind of leaning back on our governance training yesterday, when we talk about those guardrails and some of these things, I believe that this is one of those things that we need to put a pin in for tomorrow in our discussions, because this is one of those things when we look at just Norfolk as a whole. I think we talked about, and I think we had great agreement in the respect of how we want to ensure that we provide success for all students. And when we talk about our equity and excellence plans, this is one of those things where we're pushing kids. And I'm looking at these numbers, just like the rest of you all, I'm seeing them this morning. And I'm looking at how many are being shifted into Ward 3 areas that still have concentrated poverty. So really where are we, what are those real changes that are coming out of that? I'd also, just kind of cautious. I know Mr. Fuddy had mentioned that there are some legal things and whatever else out of there, but as the lead education partner, I agree with Mr. Jordan in the respect that we really need to ensure that we're at the table and whoever, going back to the administration, I know Mr. Pohl, you're representing for Dr. Birdsong now, but this is not one of those things that we can take our eyes off of and focus. And particularly looking at the history of this type of redlining and other projects like this in the past in this city, people are very sensitive, and we have to pay attention to this. And we would be sleeping on the, sleeping on this if we don't pay attention to this. So I just want to say that I advocate for when we talk tomorrow that for all of us just to kind of keep this in mind when we start talking about goals and guardrails and so forth and governance training, that this is one of those areas when we say, that tagline is reading right there above Dr. Pohl's head, the cornerstone of a proudly diverse community. We got to keep that in mind. And this is one of those places that if we aren't, we could very well lose sight of that because it does affect students. It does affect their ability to learn and the way that we provide education. So thank you, Dr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Clinton. Mr. Jordan, you have more comments?
Yes, I support the idea that Mr. Clanton just spoke to, in particular about the guardrail piece. But I'll also tie that back to the conversation that we had yesterday with the educational planning. When we talk about the diversity aspects and what the ed planning was built upon, part of it as a underpinning and a goal was that we should not be intentionally creating and allowing schools that have concentrations of poverty at minimum above the district average, but at maximum, based upon what research tells us, supports academic outcomes for students, tenures for principals and teachers, and all the research that is out there that long gets ignored when it comes to issues of so-called race and income. So I just think I'm like, again, Dr. Martin, I'm just thankful that we've had the opportunity to have this presentation. But I think as a board, we have to get a deeper understanding of what it means to be the educational lead. If you read the application, which I have, and I think I've shared it with you all before, there are aspects in the application that were submitted as it relates to education supports that the school system would advocate for in that project. And there's not much evidence that we are fulfilling or advocating for much of those commitments that were made in order to receive the grant money to begin with. And for those of you that don't know, you know, I did serve on the Redevelopment Housing Authority Board from 2002 and 2009. So I remember the discussion in 2005. Prior to getting on the board, before Norfolk received the Hope 6 grant that demolished Roberts Village and Bowling Park, the Housing Authority attempted to get a Hope 6 for Tidewater then, but the government determined that Tidewater was not in bad enough shape in order to receive the Hope 6. And then that's how it ended up going to Roberts and Bowling. But I guess subsequently it deteriorated enough that it was eligible to receive the Choice Neighborhood grant. But during my time on the Housing Authority Board, we did establish a steering committee. We focused on children. The superintendent and others would attend the meeting. We were late in the game, and I can tell you, even from the Broad Creek project, there are children right now that people don't know where they ended up. The Housing Authority demolished Moton Circle, Moton Park. There were 130 families in there. Many of them were children. That was in 2008. The promise was that Moton Circle would be rebuilt and the families would be able to come back. And I guarantee you, nobody knows where those children are, except for many of them probably ended up in Tidewater, Young, and Calvert and about ready to face this experience yet again. And so, you know, I often quote one of Dr. King's excerpts where he says, "Charity is not justice." So I hope that we will understand that all the supports that are needed, I'm happy for those supports, but charity is not justice. And our children and these children deserve justice when it comes to their opportunity to access a quality education and to live in a wonderful environment, whether it's in-site or whether it's on-site or off-site. So thank you.
Mr. Jordan. Ms. Messine, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I too so appreciate having the opportunity to have this discussion. As you know, we've been asking for this for quite some time, and I couldn't agree. You know, Mr. Jordan always kind of puts together many of our thoughts in a way that really stresses the importance of why we're doing what we're doing. And so to that end, you know, there's been, I guess, to ensure that that advocacy and that we are working in the best interest of children. Does this board feel that having a board representative also be part of that task force so that we like I said, ensure that our children are front and center in this project, in creating equitable opportunities for them. Can we have a board representative be part of that task force? I mean, we talk a lot about holding ourselves accountable and holding others accountable. And as the education lead, I think we should be at that table. So,
well, let me ask first, who from NPS is involved, has been at the table?
The superintendent is always invited, or the superintendent, I guess Dr. Poe would know this, or her designee is at all the meetings. Isn't that the case?
So I know Ms. Malinak has been in every meeting and supported us for the education side of it.
Okay. I know that we have a seat at the table. So it would be her designee. Thank you very much.
So is Ms. Malinak there for the pre-K piece of it, or?
She supports the full K-12. She's there and she'll report back to any about the full K-12 spectrum, not just the pre-K.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
That's what I think Ms. Campson is right in terms of the superintendent being invited. I'm not sure about the task force piece of it in terms of the seat. But I do know that, like I said, you can read the minutes, so it's clear who gets invited and who attends. And I don't want to drag us below the line into that aspect. But I would say that with that advisory committee that they do have, there are people from a policy perspective from the city council. There's people from a policy perspective, meaning the governance perspective for the housing authority. There isn't anyone there from a governance perspective from the school board.
Okay.
Which is why I was asking or urging us to have someone there from the governance perspective to do just that. So,
Mr. Jordan, if I could just kind of frame our challenge in ed planning, because this process may be coming to a stop again, it's difficult for us to project out, 3, 4, 5 years for the needs. And so I just wanted to make sure you were aware. We're going to do everything we can to prepare what you asked for.
Yeah, yes, sir. And I appreciate that. And I just want you to understand, I don't think it's good for me to be in a position where it seems like I'm going back and forth with you. I don't want to do that at this point, but I would just say that for those of us that were involved in the work to bring about the ed planning, we knew about these efforts from day one. That's why I mentioned yesterday why the board had joint meetings with the Planning Commission, why we were advocating joint meetings. We requested a joint meeting with the Housing Authority Board. And the intent was so that not that Norfolk Public Schools is in a subordinate position, but that Norfolk Public Schools is at the table as a partner. Because I will guarantee you that, and I don't mean this in any disrespect, I just think people have different roles and responsibilities. Nobody knows the educational impact better than Norfolk Public Schools. So the Housing Authority may be good at property management and what they do in terms of housing. The Planning Commission may be good at what they do in terms of planning. But if you have a neighborhood that is predominantly children and a project area that is predominantly children, and we're talking about people first, and children are indeed people, and are typically children and seniors are probably the most vulnerable in the project area. And the application goes on and on and on, talking about the challenges that these children and families face. I'm simply saying that the city council, the planning commission, the housing authority need to understand what's in the academic best interest of children and families. And then the housing development and the planning then needs to be centered around how do you produce positive outcomes for children? So that's at the center of the project, not the buildings, not the green, not the flooding, but the children and the families. And then you design and implement things for positive outcomes for children and families. And historically, in our great city of Norfolk, when it comes to these redevelopment projects and when it comes to families that are challenged by definitions that are used, it is not about outcomes for children and families. It's about buildings. And then the children are, and the families are secondary or third. So that's what I'm advocating for. But I appreciate your point. I just think we can be far more intentional and can provide greater leadership and break the pattern that has existed since 1949 all the way to this date when it comes to displacement, urban renewal, and the impact on children who represent the majority of the children in Norfolk Public Schools.
Okay, well, I'm not going to make a decision today. I want to have, I want to do a little more updating on my own. But I'm accepting the request and I'm going to look into that. Okay. Ms. Smith, go ahead. You're on mute.
Thank you. As Ms. Campson said earlier, we do have the superintendent or her designee as a member of the committee. I'm not sure what the requirements are. There is an 18-member committee. I don't know if the number can be more than that, but if it's allowed to have someone from the board, I'm willing to serve in that capacity.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay, Dr. Birdsong has joined us. Welcome back. Ms. Campson, go ahead.
I'm not sure what decision it is that you're making a decision on. I must have misunderstood something. What decision?
Ms. Bassine has requested that we have a governance level representative at the St. Paul's Quadrant Task Force. And
well, shouldn't the superintendent be doing this?
Right. So the superintendent or her designee is currently in that role
yes, which is what I said earlier.
So what I'm saying is we're not making a decision today on whether or not to have a governance level board member at those meetings. But I would like
thank you for the clarification.
Research more before bringing it back. And Ms. Smith has volunteered to be that if we go in that direction. Ms. Smith, did you have something to add?
Yeah, and likewise, in the meantime, these meetings are in the evening anyway. I can still attend as an observer. And if they offer opportunities for comments, I certainly can provide input at that time as well.
They're public meetings, right? So really we could any of us could attend them. Dr. Birdsong, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I understand what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the task force with the St. Paul's?
Yes.
Okay, and we're talking about representation from Norfolk Public Schools?
Yes.
Okay, well, I can clarify.
But policy governance level representation as well.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was going to add that pre the shutdown, I attended all of those meetings myself when they were in the evenings. And then when they shut down, their meetings are during the day, and it usually conflicts with some of the other scheduled meetings I have on Tuesday, but I do have a designee there. Jamie Malinak regularly attends these meetings. In addition, Kanita Matthews, as our new community engagement chief, will be joining these meetings as well. And I have connected her with the team there. And so we do have administration in terms of representation. We do have that level of representation there.
Yeah. Dr. Pohl had shared that information with us. Not about Ms. Matthews, but I'm happy to see that we have Ms. Matthews there as our community engagement representative as well. So that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, so in light of time, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. And, you know, I'm not trying to downplay the importance of this. I'm really glad that we were finally getting an update on the St. Paul's Quadrant, because it's been long overdue, as many have already stated. So next on our agenda, we have rebranding of schools and policy discussion of the FFA. Dr. Pohl, will you be leading us in this?
No, it's actually me.
Yeah, so I was going to say, actually, Mrs. Matthews will be leading this presentation.
Great.
Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready, Ms. Tanner. Thank you. Okay, good morning, Chairwoman Martin and Vice Chairman Mr. Jordan, members of the school board and our leadership. I am going to speak with you this morning about rebranding our schools to redefine the future. I know this is a conversation that you all began back in July. And so this is more of a recap of what you all may have already discussed, some of the information that had been shared with you on some research that has been conducted, as well as an overview of the policy in regard to this matter and next steps, if however you all decide to choose to move forward. And so we'll move on to the next slide, Ms. Tanner. So the question that a lot of people ask is, why would we rename or rebrand our schools? And as we know, there's been a lot that's transpired across the country regarding this topic. There are things happening nationally, the protests that have been going on. It's been a call to action for many school districts and school divisions across the country following the incidents that happened back in 2017 in Charlottesville. You know, the governor has sent a letter in July of 2020 to all of the school divisions in Virginia, urging administrations and school boards to take a look at what efforts need to be done in our own localities. And so a lot of people feel looking at the names of our schools is important as we talk about diversity and equity, inclusion, making sure we're providing these environments for our students and for our teachers and staff as well, to signal that there is a clear vision, as we like to say here in Norfolk Public Schools, for equity and excellence for all, that we have a welcoming, nurturing, and safe, inclusive environment that's for teaching and learning for everyone. So that's some of the thought behind why we are even having this conversation and why it's come about. And things have since happened with the pandemic that have kind of slowed some of these efforts down for many of us. And so I think this is now the time that we take a look back at where we are. Next slide, Ms. Tanner. So as I mentioned, Governor Northam is urging education leaders to remove Confederate names from schools in Virginia. There are monuments being removed that are named for some of the same individuals that our schools are. So there is a national call to action. There is a statewide call to action, and encouraging Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, Matthew Fontaine Maury. Those are some of those individuals who we have schools in this state, as well as monuments and other figures figures that are now being removed, that are now being discussed. So again, that's why we're talking about this right now. Next slide, Ms. Tanner. And so now we'd like to take a look at the renaming efforts that have happened so far across the Commonwealth so that you all have an idea of what some of our colleagues are doing in other school divisions here in Virginia. You may have seen some of these in the headlines in the news, but it's important for us to take a closer look at these. Next slide, Ms. Tanner. And so right here in our own backyard, you'll see that Portsmouth recently voted to change the names of 3 of their schools that carried names for known segregationists and Confederate leaders. The board is going to change the name of Woodrow Wilson High School, James Hurst Elementary, and John Tyler Elementary School. Newport News is considering renaming 10 of their schools, and they're doing it in a bit of a phased approach. They have namesakes connected to the Confederacy, slavery, and segregation. So their tier 1 is linked to the Confederacy, and that's Epps Elementary, Nelson Elementary, Lee Hall Elementary, and Dozier Middle. Tier 2 are named for individuals who have ties to slavery, and that's Denby High School and Denby Early Childhood Center. They were named after areas that were known for plantations. Tier 3, they focused on segregation, and those are their school names: Saunders Elementary, Yates Elementary, named for Richard Yates, a school board member during massive resistance, and Charles Elementary, named for B.C. Charles, a Warwick and York superintendent who supervised segregated schools in the early 1900s. So that's been the conversation and approach in Newport News. There was a unanimous vote in December in Falls Church by that school board to rename Thomas Jefferson Elementary School and George Mason Elementary School. Alexandria City Public Schools recently launched what they're calling their Identity Project, which is a huge campaign around this. Many of us are familiar with T.C. Williams High School from Remember the Titans, that movie. So they've had to go through the process of renaming that school, as well as they have a Matthew Fontaine Maury Elementary School there. Loudoun County voted last month to remove the mascot for Loudoun County High School, the Raiders, which was named for the Confederate Colonel John S. Mosby's troops that had guerrilla-style fighters who wrought havoc on Union supplies. So that was their reasoning there. Fairfax County voted to rename one of its most diverse high schools, Robert E. Lee, after they have now renamed it to after namesake John Lewis, who we lost recently. And this is nearly 3 years after they had already made the decision to rename J.E.B. Stewart High School. They changed that name to Justice High School. And then in Spotsylvania County, the school board has begun soliciting input on renaming Robert E. Lee Elementary School back in January. Next slide, Ms. Tanner. Shenandoah County School Board is voting to rename Stonewall Jackson High School. They're looking to rename that as Mountain View High School. The mascot would change from the Generals to the Rattlers. Ashby Lee Elementary School would become Honey Run Elementary School. And so they have a survey that closed at the end of January, and they're going to discuss, or they did discuss, February 11th is coming up for them. Prince William County recently voted to rename Stonewall Middle School after Confederate General Stonewall Jackson. They're renaming it for a local Black couple there in that area. In October, the Hanover County School Board has approved the name to replace formerly Lee Davis High School and Stonewall Jackson Middle School. The board officially voted for the new names to be Mechanicsville High School and Bell Creek Middle School. Arlington School Board voted to rename Washington Lee High School back in 2019. Petersburg School Board unanimously voted to rename A.P. Hill, Robert E. Lee, and J.E.B. Stewart Elementary School back in 2018. Richmond Public Schools voted to rename J.E.B. Stewart Elementary School to Barack Obama Elementary School in 2018. They're currently looking at their other school names to include George Mason Elementary and Thomas Jefferson High School. And then Henrico, way back when in 2016, had already renamed Harry F. Byrd Middle, who was named after a infamously known segregationist, to Quioccasin Middle School, as that is the name of that area in Henrico. So that is just some information about what's been happening around the state. And you'll see there's some trends there and some similarities in these individuals that schools have been named after. Next slide, Ms. Tanner. Oh, I think you're already there. And so now we'll revisit the history of school names here in Norfolk Public Schools. Again, I believe some of this was already shared with you back in July. So first, these schools have very obvious ties to the Confederacy and slavery. W.H. Taylor Elementary School is named for Colonel Walter Heron Taylor, who fought with the Confederate States Army and served as an aide to General Robert E. Lee. Ruffner Middle School is named after William Henry Ruffner, who was a slaveholder and president of Washington College, which is now Washington and Lee University. And Maury High School, as we know, is named after Matthew Fontaine Maury, resigned his commission as a U.S. Navy commander and joined the Confederacy during the American Civil War. So that is the first group that we looked at. Then we move on to these other school names who do also have ties to Confederacy and slavery that may not be quite as obvious to some. Blair Middle School is named for Reverend James Blair. He was an English clergyman with the Church of England who lived in colonial Virginia in the late 1600s and early 1700s, founded the College of William and Mary. The parish and the college would have used enslaved labor. James Monroe Elementary School, named for the 5th U.S. president, who was Virginian by birth and owned slaves. Madison Alternative Center, named for the 4th U.S. president, James Madison. He was also a Virginian by birth and owned slaves. Southside STEM Academy at Camp Stella. This name is the combining of camp and Stella. The land developers in the late 1800s, early 1900s added the O to make it one complete word. Camp Stella was the name of a local Confederate forces in 1862. The commanding officer of the local unit named the camp after his daughter, Stella. And then Willoughby Elementary School was named from the neighborhood. However, it's originally named after the Willoughby family, who owned the spit of land from the 1600s to the 1700s. And this family did own slaves in the 1700s. Then we go to the next slide. So these schools, and it's important that we include this in the conversation, are named after individuals, but they do not have any known ties to the Confederacy, racial injustice, segregation, or slavery. But again, as part of this conversation, you do have to look at any school that's named after an individual. And so that's why this information is here. Booker T. Washington High School is named after American educator, author, and orator who founded Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute, which is now Tuskegee University, in 1881, and the National Negro Business League 2 decades later. Camp Allen Elementary School is a small United States Marine Corps base in Norfolk. It was named for Camp Allen in memory of the CEC Captain Walter H. Allen, founder of the Naval Construction Regiment and Great Lakes Naval Trainer Center during World War I. Granby Elementary and High Schools. The name originated in the 1760s, I think possibly with the street name actually in downtown Norfolk and throughout the city, after John Manners, who's the Marquis of Granby. And he was a British war hero and member of the Parliament who never set foot in America. And then J. Cox Elementary School was named for David Gilbert J. Cox, a prominent educator in Norfolk's Black community in the first half of the 20th century. He was a son of former slaves, born in a log cabin in Perkins County, North Carolina in 1870. At age 7, he began attending the first school in Norfolk open to Black children. Next slide. And we continue with that same list of individuals with no known ties to Confederacy, racial injustice, segregation, or slavery. Mary Callcott Elementary School was named for the well-known figure in Norfolk education in the first half of the 20th century. She's the second woman named to the Norfolk School Board, where she served from 1927 to 1952, and among the first to be appointed to the board of the University of Virginia. P.B. Young Senior Elementary School is named for the leading Black media, political, and civic leader in Virginia and nationally from the early 1930s until he died in 1962. While serving as publisher of the renamed Norfolk Journal and Guide, he transformed a modest newsletter into the largest selling Black newspaper in the South, later became widely recognized as one of the most influential and respected Black newspapers in the United States. Richard Bowling Elementary School was named for one of the most influential and successful African-American clergymen in Virginia. From 1899 until his death, he was president of the Virginia Baptist State Convention, which under his leadership paid for and successfully operated the Virginia Theological Seminary and College in Lynchburg. He also served on the boards of the seminary, president of Norfolk's African American branch of the Young Men's Christian Association, known as YMCA, chaplain to the 2nd Regiment, Virginia Infantry, and African American Militia Regiment. And then we have Willard Model Elementary School, named for Frances E. Willard, who was an educator, temperance reformer, and women's suffragist. The model part of the name became there as the school was chosen to receive a grant from the Commonwealth in 1986, intended to create the model for the elementary school of the 21st century. So that is just a little history of where some of our names of our schools come from. And you can see there is a difference in the ones I shared in the beginning to the ones that we have here on the list. Again, considering all those who are named after individuals. So we then talk about renaming cost estimates. If we were to rename any of these schools, will give you an idea of the cost. And a lot of people are pretty surprised. And I get that question often as I've been through this experience in other school districts. It does take money to rename a school. So these estimates were done on particular schools, but again, there's no ties to a specific one. So if we were to do an elementary school, you'd look at their music program, maybe $600 with those efforts. Then you think about the facility, the interior signage, the removal of the name from the front of the building, any interior wall plaques and so on that they may have inside. That's a little over $2,000 there. Then we get into materials and supplies. You think about any collateral or promotional materials they may have, posters, signage, their letterhead. If you have spirit wear, t-shirts, lanyards, things that have the old school name on them, maybe about $10,000 to replace those types of materials and things. And then other was included just in case there's any other item that needs to be changed that wasn't thought of or considered. So for an elementary school, it's a little over $22,000, almost $23,000 to rename. And then there are additional considerations that were not factored into the cost. We would still need to get the information on obtaining a per letter cost for renaming the school. And I imagine those are the big letters that are out there that you have to get the cost for per letter, and then determining whether the mascot needs to change. As you heard from some of the schools that have renamed in other parts of the state, they also had to change their mascot because there were ties there or links to that individual that it was named for. And then I was told that it's important to include a contingency at 10%. If you choose to rename and you don't get to it right away, there is a possibility that it could change in cost. Cost fluctuates. If we have to do this 2-3 years from now, it could be a totally different price. And so that's something to keep in mind, is that contingency. And so let's look at a middle school on the next slide. So for uniforms, because our middle schools do have athletic programs, you talk about their uniforms and their equipment and other things, that's about $42,000. And then the signage, again, exterior. And then you also think about the scoreboards and things. That's a little over $11,000. And the facility, again, and removal of the name from in front of the building. The name is on the gym floor. It's on the scorer's table. It's on the banners. So you think about all of those things. That's a little over $28,000. The materials and supplies, same thing. Any collateral or promotional materials, letterhead, posters, spirit wear, t-shirts, lanyards, pins, things that have the old name on them, that would all need to change. It would probably be about $25,000. And then their music program, approximately $10,000. Again, and we have that other line item there just in case there's anything else that hadn't been considered. And then that's at $128,000, a little over that. And then same thing, additional considerations that are not factored into this cost are obtaining the per letter cost for renaming the school, determining if the mascot has to change as well, and then that 10% contingency, just depending on when this happens and how long it may take. So then we'll look at the high school, which, as you can imagine, is a little more involved because we have a lot more programs. Sometimes the high schools are larger, some middle schools are larger as well. But again, athletics, we're already at $232,700 when you think about their uniforms, the equipments, all the different teams that we have at the high school level. Again, signage and exterior, the scoreboards that are out on the field, that sort of thing, that's $25,000. Facility and interior signage, signs, plaques, paint for the basketball court, the gymnasium, all of that would have to change at $153,320. Materials and supplies, same thing, collateral, promotional, spirit wear. Imagine there's a lot more spirit at the high school level with all the different teams and things and being a larger population. So that's estimated at $35,000. And then again, the marching band at the high school level, the uniforms, the plumes, the banners, the mascot uniform, flags, and so much more. That is estimated around $44,450. And then again, that other line item, just in case, at $10,000. So this is over $500,000 at the high school level to rename. And then the same thing, determining if the mascot needs to change, estimating the cost for the field turf, lettering removal and replacement, which we did not have that at the other grade levels. And then obtaining per letter cost for renaming of the school, per seat cost for the bleachers. That's also something that it's not included at the other grade levels. And then that 10% contingency is there as well. So now we get into the policy that we currently have and the regulation that goes along with that policy, and then an overview of what the process could be. So here we have FFA is the naming of school facilities policy. And basically it's that the school board accepts input, but you all ultimately make the final decision. Suggestions must be submitted in writing. You may create a committee. It cannot be named after a living individual, only individuals that have been deceased for at least 10 years. So that is our current policy in a snapshot. And so this is something for you all to talk about as well. In my research and from what I've read in the news over the past several months in the school divisions and school boards that have had to make these difficult decisions, they've also looked at their policy. And a lot of us who are members of VSBA use that similar language for how the policy is written, but there are some school divisions who had something different, and they had to understand whether or not they wanted to keep that in there because there were some school divisions that had named some schools after living individuals, which could pose a problem if that living individual gets themselves into a controversial situation. And so that is something to consider. Thankfully, our policy does not say that at this moment, but there are others who decided maybe we don't want to rename schools after individuals at all. There is still the idea of divisiveness there. If you choose to name an individual, a school after an individual that we feel is on the right side of justice, but later down the line, you find out another piece of information, and what you may think on this side is right, others may think is wrong. And so if you take individuals out of the equation altogether, sometimes that's helpful. As we mentioned, Henrico renamed Harry F. Byrd, to Quioccasin because that's the name of the area the school was in. And so they just did away with having it named after an individual altogether. So those are some considerations when you think about your policy. Next slide. We will look at the process a bit now. And so the first thing you would do again is establish the renaming committee. And so the superintendent or designee shall assign an administrator to chair the school renaming committee and then notify the board that a school naming committee is being formed. And then from there, you have to, within 2 weeks after the committee is established, solicit community and stakeholder input. And that's through hosting meetings, having members of the PTA, community leaders, faith-based organizations, student groups, staff, all of those individuals should be represented and included in this process. You could also simultaneously conduct a survey to solicit recommendations for names. And then from there, you would present the top selections for the recommended school name a week after the submissions have been received. And then from there, a public hearing would need to take place on those recommended names. And the school board would host this public hearing based on the committee's recommendations prior to actually approving to move forward. Next slide. And so then the community would then be solicited again for input, and that's on the names that have been put forth and made public. And so again, you would do another round of community meetings, and then you would then conduct another survey to then narrow down those choices. And then those choices would then prioritize the top names, and those final selections would then be from the superintendent or her designee. And then from there, another public hearing would be held on the final name selection. And then you all would be able to vote from there. And this has to be announced publicly. That is spelled out in the regulation. And keep this in mind if you all vote and choose to rename multiple schools. This will be happening times the number, something helpful to keep in mind throughout this process. Also, in addition to establishing a division-wide committee for renaming, it's helpful to also establish mini committees at whatever schools are being renamed. So to have a committee at the school level that then feeds up into the division level is helpful in managing this process. Next slide. And so again, this is just a more in-depth look at this process. And again, this is from the regulation FFA-R. So for month one, you would be establishing the renaming committee, and there would be an administrator serving as the chair. And this has to be done, and this is spelled out in the regulation, 6 months prior to renaming the school. So you have to have that committee in place first. Again, soliciting the stakeholder input 2 weeks after. Renaming committee chair would then prioritize the selections that came in from those meetings and from the survey, submit them to the superintendent, and that has to be done 1 week after soliciting the input. And then the top selections and the results of the community meetings and survey are presented to the school board, and then that's when the school board hosts the public hearing. So that's all within the first month. And then the second month is the second round of soliciting stakeholder input on those first names that were recommended. And then a public hearing is held, and the final name selection is then happening based on those results that were presented to the school board. And then a final name selection happens. And again, that has to be made as part of a public announcement immediately following the vote. And then in month 3 is when you would establish the rebranding committee. And these are the folks, it could be an extension or the same people who are on the renaming committee, but these are the ones who are charged with actually changing everything over. So all the materials and the signage and the uniforms and the equipment, everything that was meant, you need to make sure that the final cost of renaming the school happens within this month, and then finalizing the plan and a timeline for how long this is going to take. Next slide. Then in month 4, you would want to host community meetings and with the staff as well to share the rebranding and renaming plan so that everyone understands and is in the loop how this is exactly going to happen. From there, you want to go ahead and implement based on that committee that was created of overhauling all the materials, replacing the signage, updating the website, posting things on social media, making sure the social media is changed if the logo or mascot has had to change in any way. And then you want to also launch a communications plan during this time to announce these efforts. And we would do that through our Blackboard messaging system, the school newsletters, the division's newsletter, social media, and our website. Month 5, you would basically just continue on with those efforts, and then also develop a plan for hosting an unveiling event. Oftentimes, it's similar to maybe like what you would think of as a groundbreaking for a new school. But once the new name is established and maybe the name is changed out front, maybe you're able to get that part of it done, or the sign in front of the school or the letters have changed. Oftentimes schools will host an event for the public and for the community to show that this has actually happened. And then in month 6, you would finalize the implementation and rebranding and renaming efforts. Hopefully, it is a huge undertaking, so hopefully that could be done by month 6. Continue to communicate what's happening and then host the event during month 6 if possible. So that is a snapshot of what this process could look like, all within 6 months' time. Now, obviously, this would be done on a case-by-case basis, depending on the school that's selected or schools that are selected if you choose to move forward with this. And so then, where do we go from here? Last slide is next steps. So you will want to look at your policy and review that and discuss that, and then vote and approve whether or not you want to begin the renaming process and selecting the schools that would be part of it. And then if you choose to do so, you would establish that renaming committee, the rebranding committee, again, at the school and district level. Identify a start date or target date for process completion, and then develop the communication and community engagement plan with cost for renaming those schools. Again, there were a lot of other considerations that we had listed there that had not been finalized. And so all of that would need to happen to make a concerted effort in renaming the school. And so that's where we are with next steps. So I will turn it back over to Dr. Mark.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. That was a very thorough presentation. I know we did get some history on our schools last July at our retreat. I appreciate you bringing that back as a reminder, and also the putting it in the context of what is happening nationwide and closer to around our city as well. I really appreciate that work. I know that the costs associated with naming the schools, you looked at the very tangible costs. Obviously, it's very labor intensive and time intensive. And one of the other things that I want to mention that wasn't included in here is we also had discussed what if we were to rename facilities, that we want to also maintain the story and the history of that facility so that it's not lost into have a plaque or some type of, just for that educational piece of why things happen. So we really didn't nail that down, but, in some way preserving the full story of that facility or that space. And so, of course, there'd be costs associated with that as well. So I just want to remind everyone of those items. So we'll open up the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. for mentioning that.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, no, I was going to say, I actually didn't mention in my remarks, but part of the community engagement process is also educating the community. So making sure they understand the history and the education behind the name, as well as any names that are put forward. I, again, had that personal experience. I was there in Richmond Public Schools when we renamed J.E.B. Stewart, and we actually had to teach the community and the students the history of that name. And then there were several other names that were put forward that they had to learn the history of. They ultimately selected Barack Obama, but there were other educational figures here, historical figures here in Richmond. Oliver Hill is one of the names that were put forward because that would be part of this process. And Alexandria City Public Schools has done a wonderful job with that, which is why theirs is called the Identity Project. So thank you. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you. I appreciate that input. I'm going to start with Ms. Campson and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. I have just a couple of questions, Ms. Matthews. This 6-month process, is this the same process that all of the districts in the state follow? It seemed like things were happening really fast in them. Was that just because all the work had been going on in the background? Because it just seemed like all of a sudden everyone was changing names. And even in Portsmouth, where they changed Wilson High, that seemed very quick too. And I just was wondering if they did go through these steps and we just didn't know about it because we really weren't interested in what was happening in those districts until all of a sudden it hit the news. And it seemed like they sat down one day and made a decision and voted on it. Could you clarify that a little bit for me? Because that's a long process. Is that indeed what they did?
Sure. And that's a great
Okay.
question. Yes, that's a great question. And so you're partly right. There is a lot that's happening behind the scenes. Obviously, many of us were anticipating this, again, after the governor sent the letter and we watched what's happening nationally and statewide. A lot of folks immediately knew certain names were pretty likely to change and had already started that work. But to really answer your question, it's about the policy and the regulation. So as I mentioned, many of us have similar policies because it's based in the language that we receive from the VSBA. And so the way our reg is written, like you saw that 2 week, like that's a hard deadline. You have to do that within 2 weeks. You have to do that within 1 week. Many of us have that same regulation in our policy. So that's why it probably seems so rapid. But there are school divisions that have a different policy, a different process and regulation. So it kind of varies from division to division. But you're right. There's a lot happening behind the scenes, and some folks already were anticipating and preparing and were ready to go when the vote was made.
So the 6-month plan is one that's unique to the districts that chose to write it as a policy and a regulation. It's not a state mandated procedure. It's a local.
That is correct. It's based on your local policy and regulation.
Okay, and so when you lay this very well done, detailed plan out for us, this came right from our policies and regulations for Norfolk Public Schools.
Yes, ma'am. It came from FFA-R, the regulation.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you did have that up there. Thank
like
you.
I said, some of those were concrete.
Yeah. So I think my screen is freezing sometimes, and I'm missing what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I apologize.
Ms. Campson, Ms. Matthews, I'll clarify that for you if you don't mind. So Ms. Campson, yes, this is our regulation for Norfolk Public Schools. However, the regulation that Mrs. Matthews just reviewed is for a new school, like the renaming of a new school. And I think this was just to show you what the process could look like if you wanted to use this for an existing building. But this policy specifically speaks to new school renaming.
So with the new school renaming, you would not have them discarding the current name, and then all they would be doing was just one step, naming a new school. With what we're looking at two steps. We decide first whether we're going to rename the school, I assume, and vote on that, and then we decide second on whether or not or what the name is we're going to choose to use. So our process might be a little more compressed than this long than this one.
Right, because this is for a new school renaming, but we
okay. That's a whole big different thing, because you don't have the disagreement in two places about changing the name in the first place and then which name you change it to. Okay. My next question is, when we look at the cost, and made me feel a little queasy looking at the cost of doing this, can that be phased in? So for example, if we decided to go with the group one, those first 3 schools that are the obvious candidates, and then would we do it all at one time, and then we would go to the second group and decide all the way to the group that included someone that's never even been in the country? And once we did all that, would we do all of that, go through all of those names at once, or would we start with like group 1 and go through that, and then group 2? How would that work?
That would be a local decision. It would depend.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, no one's forced to do anything, but we just wanted to, give you remind you of the history,
right.
Remind you of the policy and the regulations, just so that if we move forward with this process, everyone would have a clear understanding of what it could look like.
All right, and were we to decide to change all those names, which I doubt that we would, but especially the person that never set foot in the country, but if we were to choose quite a few rather than just the top 3, would we be able to phase in the changes so that we would do some in year 1 maybe, and maybe the next group in year 2, so our budget would not take such a huge hit? Is that also possible, Ms. Matthews?
Yes, and if you recall, that is pretty much the approach that Newport News chose. They are doing a phased-in approach. Okay. So they had those 3 different tiers. And so, yes, you could choose to do the same thing.
Okay, and then we could set parameters around the names that could be submitted for the new naming. For example, choose not to,
Yes.
as it looks like we have a possible policy correction now, which was what I would certainly support, was that not to name any more schools after people. I mean, I went to schools in Texas and schools in North Carolina and schools here in Virginia, and I never even was ever in a school that had a person's name on it. They were named after the communities in which they sit. And then you don't come up with these kind of problems, you know, down the road. And what you had said, down the road, someone that we all think is great to name it after will be something that is that people don't appreciate in 25 years, and we'll be doing it again. Is that kind of what? Okay. All right. I'm sorry to ask so many, but I had to, I don't usually make such a list, but thank you. And thank you, Dr. Martin, for giving me the time to finish all those questions I asked. Thank you, everyone.
No, they're good. They're very good questions. Next I have Ms. Smith, and then we'll go to Ms. Basine.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, and thank you, Ms. Matthews, for the presentation. I totally support the policy. I also want to re-emphasize and the policy committee to consider including in the policy my suggestion from our previous meeting that in the renaming of these schools that we include markers outside of the buildings, preferably somewhere near the front entrance, so that we do keep the historical context in place so that when people come to the school, there's that opportunity there for them to learn about the progression that our city has made or is making, as well as not just totally erasing the past.
Great idea.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. But yeah, I think we're in agreement with that. I mean, of course, and Ms. Matthews had talked about the importance of educating our community, but also to tie into our discussion last evening about, you know, really expressing what our values are as a community as well. So I have Ms. Go ahead.
And I do remember, I forgot her name when we had the meeting, but the retired historian.
That's
who,
Peggy. Yes.
Yes. Who, when I made the suggestion the last time, she said she would be willing to work with us to prepare those types of markers.
Yes. And so, yeah, and we also, you know, Troy Vallis as well. So we do have some resources there. Very, very wonderful resources. We're very fortunate to have them. Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Ms. Matthews, that was a great presentation. I appreciate all your work in putting this discussion into context for us. In regards to, so from a policy perspective, and as a member of the policy committee, you know, we had a lot of discussion. We had some discussion around this, and I too, you know, had reviewed other districts' policies around renaming. And, you know, Ms. Matthews, I think is absolutely right. You know, the VSBA policy was kind of the skeleton of the policy, and other districts did put more, I guess, meat into it in terms of, especially if they left naming the individual. But they also put in, some districts had information around the geographic area. So, you know, one of the things that we discussed in our committee is, okay, well, if we are going to embark on this path of putting constraints around individual names, what about the geographic area? And so through all of this discussion, you know, we kind of thought, well, the issue is, really, perhaps we need to strengthen the regulations and not change the policy. And Dr. Pohl, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding at the last policy committee meeting on January 13th was that after, some discussion was that we were actually not changing. The policy committee at the time left with the agreement to not change the policy. However, what the policy that is currently on board docs may have received, there may have been discussion among the administration to bring forward a different recommendation. And if that's the case, I'd like to hear more about that because the current red line draft says, that we wouldn't name it after an individual.
So no, you're correct, Ms. Basine. We had changed that red line draft and basically deleted the red line draft from what we had because as an administration, as a policy committee, the agreement was that a policy we have is sufficient to rename. And then if the board chose, to add stuff, we could add the regulations like the placard we may want to put up could be part of the regulation of the renaming for the educational purposes. But the policy stands with what VSBA recommends, and it is used across the state and other divisions, and it follows the needs of what the committee and administration felt was put forth for renaming schools.
Right. So can you speak to what is currently on board docs, because the red line is not reflective of what we just talked about.
So the current policy that's on board docs would be the one that Ms. Matthews had included in here. The current FFA, if you just go to board docs and policy, that would be the one, because we haven't recommended any changes for FFA.
I mean the draft that's attached to this agenda item for today.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My understanding was the draft that was attached was our current policy that's on board docs, because there's no recommendation for change. So I apologize if there's a different draft that's attached.
Yeah, so there is a red line, a draft. There is a red line draft here that says, I don't know if Ms. Tanner is able to pull it up, but it says that no school or school facility will be named for an individual.
A living individual.
No, that's crossed out in this red line draft.
Okay, because on the slide it says a living individual.
Right. So that's why I want to make sure we're all on the same page, because what's posted on board docs and what Ms. Matthews presented are two different things. So I want to make sure the board does not think that a recommendation is coming forward to make changes to that current policy, which Ms. Matthews did correctly put in the presentation, but the attachment in board docs for our conversation today, I don't believe is the recommendation from the committee and the administration, unless there's been a change, which is my question.
You're absolutely right, Mrs. Basine. There's no new recommendation from the administration. We agree with what was discussed in the policy committee. So I'll do a little more research about the posting, but you're exactly right. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Mm-hmm. And that page would be the presentation slide is the correct version.
Correct.
So Ms. Tanner, can you please pull up the presentation slide with the policy?
All right, Dr. Martin, my apologies. I missed the last portion of that. I was kicked out by accident. But.
Oh, well, welcome back. I'm not sure how much of it you missed. It might have just been the discussion that Ms. Basine clarified.
I heard Ms. Smith, just the very beginning of Ms. Smith, and then I missed everything else, but I'll go back and watch later.
That's it. Well, Ms. Smith was just saying, bringing up what we discussed about historical markers being, if we change the school name, that a historical marker would be placed outside of the building to keep that historical perspective. And then we went on to talk about the policy and how the policy attachment on board docs doesn't match the policy that is on the slide.
Yeah.
Did I, Ms.
Basine? It's posted now, Dr. Martin.
Dr. Martin, so what is up on the screen is still not correct. So
I think we just need to pull up board docs, Ms. Tanner. That policy is our current policy. We are not recommending any changes. So just pull up, FFA should be correct. We did not vote on any changes to that. So wherever that stood is what we need to pull.
Right.
Where did this one come from then? Where did the one that has the red lines in it come from that I'm holding in my hand? And it addresses paragraph 2 of the one that's up on the screen now. Where did this come from?
So
And
I
have it in
can,
my pack.
Ms. Campson, I can talk about the history of that document. So when the policy committee first started talking about the name changing policy, as was brought up in July's retreat, there was discussion around, should we take that off? So we, as a policy committee, we talked about it. We created the red line. We talked about it administratively, and it was supported. But when we met again with the policy committee, it was discussed that, you know what, we think we should leave it as is because the policy is solid as is. So there were no recommended changes brought. This document was basically a back and forth conversation between the policy committee and executive leadership. And then the decision was made to not make any changes.
And that never came to the board.
Correct.
Well, that's a disappointment. Thank you. Is there a possibility then to put this to the board? Because to me, this naming schools after individuals is what gets us in this trouble all the time.
Well,
so, I don't know. Maybe Tanya, I'm sorry, Dr. Martin, if I'm speaking without permission, could I just ask Tanya one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tanya, how would we bring it up if we're a board member to have it discussed? You know, if maybe everyone else on the board doesn't agree, but if we agreed to have it looked at, like can anyone just introduce a policy? Because I thought this was the one I for some reason was thinking we would be voting on this because it makes so much sense not to keep naming buildings after people.
Right.
And I'm not sure what the policy is, how you do that.
Yeah. And I can speak to that, and Mr. Clanton can jump in as well as my partner on the policy committee. But, you know, in July, I think we had that discussion, right? I mean, there was some discussion about, do we want to name it after an individual? And so that's what the policy committee was charged with at that time, was to review that policy and do some research around the policy itself, as well as what other districts are doing. And really, we came back and we talked about, what problem are we really trying to solve here? Are we being reactive to what is happening? What about individuals who have made significant contributions in society? So what we had talked about in committee was that the policy itself is not necessarily the issue. The issue may be that we need to strengthen our regulations and put some parameters around, the naming process. And so we have a process in place. And so that's really where we felt to leave it. And I believe the administration, we sent our recommendation from the committee to the administration, which Dr. Pohl is our administrative designee on the committee. And the administration was also in agreement to that. So that's where we are. So we didn't bring back any changes because between the committee and the administration, we aren't recommending any changes to the policy.
But is it putting anything about, isn't that whole second paragraph the same kind of concern that you have about having never being named after the individual because it's setting limits? I remember when this is not like that old of a policy. I can remember when this came up while I was still working in central office, and when they added in the 10 years, need to be dead for 10 years. That was something that was put in. So wouldn't putting in something about not named after an individual be the same kind of change and move or revising of a policy when they added that second paragraph that was not there before, that they did, I don't know, half a dozen years ago? Would that be the same thing as now revising the second paragraph to say we're people to agree to it, and they may not, that we can't name any of our schools after individuals.
So if I can interject here. So it went to committee, and the process piece, speaking to your original question, Ms. Campson, is that we need to actually report out. We're speaking about it right now at the retreat, but it actually needs to be added to the agenda as a report out from the policy committee that our recommendation is to have it stay as is, that we have a solid. In regards to your question, well, as a board member, if I wanted to have it change, and I believe there should be a change, that would be the appropriate time when it's on the agenda that you could move to either send it back to committee or to move for them to make a change. That's what you could do as a board member. But it needs to come out of committee. We're in a retreat right now, just kind of talking about it and so forth. But this is what I brought up, that it needs to come out of committee, just like we report on policy items. And it needs to be reported to the board so that the board can make a determination. And if board members agree with what you're saying, then you can make it or you can send it back. But it needs to be brought in that official capacity. But based on what we had, what Ms. Bassine and myself spoke about, and then with the administration, we thought we had a solid policy. But as far as these additional other things, we felt that it could be cleaned up in regulation versus actually changing the policy itself. If that helps.
So to do that, and asking both you, since the two of you are the ones that know this procedure so well, if I wanted to do that, then I would ask, first of all, to get it on the agenda, and then second of all, then to be able to make a motion, or so we could go to the policy committee.
The policy committee should be making this should be in our report. What is this, February? So it should be in our policy report for this month, because we just talked about it last month. And at that particular time, you could, I would just, encourage that, continue to have conversation, with the chair and others to figure out what that looks like. And then, bring it, let's have some discussion on it. If there's a second and people agree with you, if not, then it's done procedurally, and then we can move forward. But if not, that's your right as a board member, and we can have that open discussion as the board makes the determination of what, if we agree to continue.
And I guess I thought we were already at that point.
No, we sent it back to committee.
Before. That's why I didn't understand why all of a sudden it wasn't.
In July, we agreed to send it back to committee to look at our policy. And so we've looked at the policy, and the recommendation is to keep it as is and to look at and let the administration look on the regulation side.
But wouldn't that have been reported out to us that the recommendation that was made? Did I miss that? Was that reported out and I missed it?
We're talking about it now in retreat.
Right, but I mean, I thought Dr. Pohl said they made the decision not to carry on with it. Maybe I misunderstood Dr. Pohl.
Yeah. And if I can, tack on to what Mr. Clanton just said. So because this was an agenda topic today, I saw this as our report out. So the recommendation is to maintain the current policy as is based on committee and administrative review. Is to keep it as is. Now, the discussion, the very good discussion that you're bringing up that we also had in July is what sent it to committee in the first place. So if you and other board members, outvote the two of us, in terms of wanting to change the policy, I guess that's a discussion, but I'm not sure what would be different sending it back to committee again. I don't know, I could be wrong, unless there's a specific recommendation about what it is that is desired to be changed and why. Yeah.
Which I have.
Right.
Well, Ms. Smith has been very patient, but before we go, it's just one more, I want to make a comment. We will have this on the agenda item, on the agenda for our February 17th meeting for action.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, you're allowed.
I support, while I'm in favor of not naming the buildings after living individuals, the explanation that Ms. Basine and Mr. Clanton provided makes sense for me. It cleared up any doubts that I may have had. That third paragraph that we have basically says that we can rename them upon a determination that's appropriate to do so. So I think that's what my understanding is. That's what you're saying. The policy already addresses it for us. And it also doesn't make things as restrictive as my preference would make it. So the only question that I have, so I support keeping it the way that you guys have it. What's the regulation reference number where what Ms. Campson and I are speaking of would be recorded?
Committee members, or Dr. Poole? The regulation would be?
The regulation for FFA is FFAR.
R, yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jordan, and then Ms. Basine.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that first to Ms. Matthews and Dr. Birdsong, that this presentation was one of the best presentations with research and looking at what's going on around the region and how it compares to Norfolk Public Schools and being informative that I've seen in a long time. So I just want to thank you for that effort and for that presentation. I'm supportive of keeping the policy as is. I'm also supportive of the board kind of following the procedure and process that's been described about basically the community engagement portion. I would think that even though in the regulations it doesn't necessarily call for that, I think that that we should encourage the community engagement portion as the regulation spells out for a new facility, so to make sure that we have community input. And ultimately, just as Ms. Matthews said, all of that is important. But to Ms. Smith's point and to Ms. Campson's point about what the final determination of the name would be, that responsibility falls on the board. But as representatives of the community, I think having that community engagement and hearing that feedback would be a great opportunity to hear where the community is, do the education piece that Ms. Matthews talked about as part of the process. So I would be in support of us having Dr. Birdsong and administration to go ahead and execute the regulation portion, and for us to look at this whole issue and what may come from the community. So I know we'll have it for action on the 17th, but I just wanted to again say thank you for a presentation that ties to research. I love that. And I just wanted to share with my colleagues, where I stand at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Basine, go ahead.
I just wanted clarification on what we're taking action on the 17th. It's
Dr.
the
Martin.
Recommendation to keep the
policy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just clarifying. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dr. Birdsong, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to Mr. Jordan's comments. Mr. Jordan, so the credit goes to Mrs. Matthews for this well-done presentation. We met and talked about what the board might need to hear, and but she really took it and ran with it. And I too commend her for this wonderful job. It was well put together, and I wanted to publicly state that. So I appreciate that commendation for her.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Birdsong. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, and everyone. I'm glad it was helpful. I just wanted to make sure you had what you needed to make an informed decision and as you move forward.
Again, the national context, the local context is very well presented. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to our next item.
I'm taking a break.
You want to take a 5-minute break? 5
No,
minutes.
that's up to the group.
What's that? I'm open to it. 5's good. All right. See you back here in 5 minutes.
We're ready.
Okay, looking at yesterday's agenda, sorry. So up next on the agenda, we have the Lake Taylor School Update. Dr. Birdsong, who will be leading us in this?
Dr. Gibson will be leading this presentation. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Gibson, please go ahead.
Thank you, School Board Chair Dr. Martin. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Martin and Ms. Campson, for sharing your warm and fuzzy family members with us this morning. It's always good to see when our pets just let us know it's time for a hug, it's time for a break. I want to begin by formally saying good morning, School Board Chair Dr. Martin, Vice Chair Mr. Jordan, Superintendent Dr. Birdsong, and school board members. Today, I am really excited and pleased to be at this point in the agenda where I've had an opportunity to see and hear all of the presentations and the enriching discussion and questions. And I have to tell you that what I'm going to share today is an update of the real-time work and projects and discourse that you've assigned on the school level. I invite you to journey with me and see the experience of the Lake Taylor School as we prepare for our opening this coming 21-22 school year as a learning community with a technology theme. As I present Lake Taylor's technology themed approach, I will share the school's mission and vision, enrollment that is projected, the family and community engagement, and additional staffing requests, school-wide instructional focus, proposed school name, proposed mascot, proposed school colors, its Apple pathway efforts, the social emotional learning supports at Lake Taylor, the proposed mandatory school uniform policy, and its campus renovations. Next slide, please. In the fall of 2019, Lake Taylor School welcomed students in grades 3 through 8 and began a mission to increase student achievement and transform its image in the community by emphasizing meaningful relationships, curriculum alignment, engaging instruction, positive citizenship, and stakeholder involvement in order to create a caring community of lifelong learning for students and teachers. This transition included students from Fairlawn Elementary and current middle school students who were already zoned to attend what was previously known as Lake Taylor Middle School. As we began working through this transition, we defined the school's instructional focus as comprehension and worked each day to provide learning opportunities that would result in improved academic achievement as evidenced by incremental gains and ultimately accreditation based on state and federal standards. Next slide, please. This transition also began the process of our school community to relaunch as Lake Taylor Technology Academy. This proposed name change was chosen by the students and staff of Lake Taylor. We asked that the school board approve our new school name. The school is based on the school's pathway as an Apple pathway school and its efforts on the integration of technology that began in 2019. Our process for the selection of a school name and mascot included students voting on a name and a mascot for the school. The students selected Lake Taylor Technology Academy and Titans as the mascot. The choice of Titans as the mascot draws on the precedent set in neighboring school divisions where the mascot is the same on the middle and high school levels. The school colors may be different, but the school community forms an identity. And in Lake Taylor's case, it would be a K-12 experience, and it would propose adopting new school colors, which are combinations of Fairlawn Elementary and Lake Taylor Middle. This combination also enhances the merger of the two schools by allowing both student populations to maintain parts of their school traditions. In the fall of 2021, the preliminary projected enrollment at Lake Taylor will be about 667 students in grades kindergarten through 8. Lake Taylor Technology Academy will be a neighborhood school and will serve communities that are zoned to attend the school. The neighborhoods zoned for Lake Taylor are Poplar Halls, Lake Taylor, Hollywood, Maple Hall Homes, Stony Point, Glen Rock, Eastern Forest, and Newtown South. When school begins in September 2021, Lake Taylor plans to continue its current efforts to become an Apple Pathway school with a technology theme. As the school plans to support its technology theme, we are also requesting 2 technology program coordinators to support implementation of technology use through skill development and through interdisciplinary learning experiences that will occur throughout the year and end with a culminating event at the end of each school year. In order to support family and community engagement, Lake Taylor engages its families through virtually each month in activities which include trainings in the use of technology in the virtual classroom on Canvas, Parent View, Google Classroom, and navigating the website for Norfolk Public Schools. We also have subject area nights with games, paint night, Zumba fitness, and problem-solving breakout rooms where parents and students can compete. We host student recognition programs and social emotional learning activities where the school counselors share best practices to handle stress and mental health awareness. This month, the school will host a living museum dedicated to African American scientists for African American History Month. In April, there will be an evening to recognize our military families. And in July, our students will have the opportunity to attend an enrichment camp called STEAM Aura, which will coincide with our summer basic skills program and our summer enrichment program. Support from the community, next slide, please. Support from the community is alive and well at Lake Taylor, and we anticipate that our community partners and connections will continue to grow. This school year, the Mount Global Ministries hosted a book giveaway for our students and donated over 300 books. Revival Church Center donated school supplies to students in all grades. Chick-fil-A honored staff with lunch for staff appreciation. RFK Solutions Cybersecurity Services and Training provided an outdoor library for all students. As we have worked over the past year and a half to merge Lake Taylor and Fairlawn, we shared information with Civic League presidents during the initial transition of the first phase of elementary students moving to Lake Taylor. Community representatives were also invited to a sharing session with the administrative team this past January. Throughout the 1920 school year, informational one-page newsletters were shared with parents when they visited the school. These newsletters were also emailed to parents and sent to them by the U.S. mail. Next slide, please. The faculty, staff, and administration at Lake Taylor are committed to providing students a world-class education. Our instructional program is driven by the school board's goals to have all schools accredited by 2024. Lake Taylor's instructional program is focused on the Drive for Five as we strive to achieve equity and excellence for all students. The Norfolk Public Schools curriculum provides students academic development in reading, writing, mathematics, science, and history. Students enjoy elective coursework in art, career technical education, world languages, and the language at Lake Taylor is Spanish, band, chorus, and orchestra. Our core disciplines will embed our technology theme into the learning through use of Apple devices and technology lessons from the grade level topics and/or projects planned each quarter. Lake Taylor's technology theme will have its foundation in the technology of an Apple Pathway School, where the administration and faculty have received professional development directly from Apple and have earned certifications and developed expertise for teaching students how to use iPads and Mac technologies. Both students and staff will use iPad and Mac products in teaching and learning on a daily basis in every subject. At Lake Taylor Technology Academy, students will continue to embrace learning from kindergarten through 8th grade. In order to ensure our staff members are prepared to teach our students, we provide ongoing professional development during the school year and over the summer that will continue as part of our professional learning community. The theme for the school was developed through collaborative planning. The Senior Director of Career and Technical Education has vetted the selection of learning modules that will be embedded into the Norfolk Public Schools curriculum. Technological, age-appropriate learning experiences across all subject areas will be provided for students in every grade level. These learning experiences are grouped by quarter as well as by grade level and provide students with a variety of learning experiences. The curriculum and instruction department will continue to vet and to explore the implementation of learning modules across the school-wide curriculum over the summer with teachers. At this time, I'm going to share with you what will happen each quarter in this technology-themed school. During the first quarter in the English language arts classes, all students will have an assigned presentation describing who they are and their impact on the world. The first unit will allow students to use technology to express their creativity and display their work. As they are completing this assignment, students will be able to explore different apps on their iPads. As the grade levels go from kindergarten through 8th grade, the learning activities will be planned so that they are grade level appropriate, with older students being presented with more thought-provoking questions based on their research, goal setting, and distinguishing between credible sources. Students will use their school-issued iPads for their projects. During second quarter, students will participate in Hour of Code. Grades 4 through 8 will participate in Computer Sciences Week and further coding and programming activities. An exploratory course for 4th and 5th graders will include a drone academy, robotics, and augmented reality content. Middle grades will have further exploration in cybersecurity protocols and practices. Middle school students will also have the opportunity to join technology-based extracurricular clubs, such as the Chrome Club, the STEM Club, and the Technology Club. During third quarter, all students will complete a science fair project. However, each grade level will have a different variation. Kindergarten through second grade will complete a class project. Third through fifth grade will complete a group project, while middle grades will complete individual projects. All projects will incorporate STEM topics, and students will use their devices, 3D printers, drones, and robots. During fourth quarter, students will select, design, and create a project of their choice to participate in a STEM showcase. The younger students will work in groups, and the middle grades will have the option of working individually. Next slide, please. At Lake Taylor, we focus on restorative justice to support the development and well-being of our students and staff. Our staff completes training in capturing kids' hearts, restorative justice, and AVID. We have a PBIS program that we will use to guide discipline, support programs, and reinforcements for our students. As a kindergarten through 8th grade campus, we will continue to host extracurricular activities that will include all grades. Core Plus clubs, which will meet every Thursday, will be extended to all grades in the coming year. Students will have the opportunity to participate in clubs during the school day. Lake Taylor Technology Academy will provide students with a variety of clubs and organizations and a comprehensive athletics program. We will continue as part of the Middle School Athletic Association of Virginia, and our students will participate in competitive sports throughout the school year. As we embark on our new beginning, we are also proposing a mandatory uniform policy be implemented at Lake Taylor. From March 2020 through January 2021, we have completed the process for implementing a mandatory uniform at Lake Taylor. To ensure fidelity of completing the process, our efforts included families of both Fairlawn and Lake Taylor. And I do need you to note that that last bullet should not be request to approve name. On this particular slide, it should be request to approve uniform policy. I just wanted you to be aware of that. Next slide, please. The purpose of this slide is to show you the percentages on each grade level so that you can see the effort that was taken and the intentionality in making sure that all families on each grade level had opportunity. The table shows the number of students in each grade level from Fairlawn and Lake Taylor, and it shows the percentage of parents in each grade level who participated in the uniform survey. And by uniform survey, we are talking about voting for uniforms. In the school year of 2019 through 2020, on February 1st, the school held its first parent meeting. It requested participation in a committee for uniform expansion, and it also explained the process. On March 10th, a second parent meeting was held, presenting the policy that was currently in place for grades 3 through 5 as children transitioned from Lake Taylor. Parents were able to share their input and offer suggestions on the ballot. On March 11th of 2020, announcements to parents that ballots were being sent home were given, and voting began in the main office. Voting in the main office consisted of paper ballots and a ballot box. Votes were collected when students came in the school for any reasons. When parents came into the school for any reason, and ballots were sent back to teachers by way of students through their parents and turned into the main office. On March 13th, schools closed due to the pandemic. So from March 30th through April 24th, parents completed their ballots when they picked up their work packets at the school. As of April 24th, 2020, 59% of parents had participated. And when school started in 2021, January of 21, our parents in grades 3 were given an opportunity to vote by Google Forms beginning on January 7th. On January 12th, we reached out to Fairlawn's K-2 parents, and they were sent the uniform ballot by way of school story. The Google form remained open until January 22nd. Ballots were offered to parents during the dinner pickup in the cafeteria. An additional Blackboard survey was also sent to parents to reach the final groups to ensure that the minimum participation of 60% was reached. As of January 24th, 62% of parents had participated in the voting, and 58% were in favor of mandatory uniforms. Next slide, please. This is a copy of the ballot that was used for parents to complete. It was provided to parents online as well as in person. Please note the benefits of having a uniform policy, along with the unique circumstances we have at Lake Taylor, and that our students in grades 3 through 5 have continued to wear uniforms, even though the policy has not been adopted. As they came from Fairlawn, they brought this custom with them and continue to embrace the uniform standard. Surveys completed by parents whose children will enter grades K through 8 indicate that parents are in favor of a mandatory uniform policy. Mandatory uniform policies foster a safe, secure, and disciplined learning environment and support the PBIS program, as well as the restorative justice practices that are at Lake Taylor. Between March 2020 and the present, 58% of parents have expressed favor in implementing the policy. Next slide, please. I'm going to just give you a synopsis of what the uniform looks like at this time. The tops will be shorter, long sleeve collared polo shirts or blouses. The bottoms for all students will be khaki tan pants. They can also wear jumpers, skirts, skirts, or shorts to the knee. Any shoe is allowed as long as it does not light up or roll down halls. Students can also wear tights and leggings as long as they're not patterned. They can be white, off-white, black, or the same color as the grade level assigned top. Sweaters will be cardigans that can button up or be pullover. And again, they can be white, off-white, black, or the same level as the grade assigned top. Next slide, please. Students in kindergarten through 2 will wear red tops with red or black turtlenecks and the sweaters as designed along with their khaki tan bottoms. Next slide, please. Students in grade 3 will have the same assigned, except their shirts are orange, and they can also do the turtleneck that's orange and black along with their sweaters and khaki tan bottoms. Next slide, please. And students in grades 6 through 8 will wear maroon tops and, of course, again, maroon turtlenecks are black, and then their khaki tan bottoms. In preparation for the 2021-22 school year, the School Facilities Department has completed renovations throughout the campus. Here is the front of the school and the school's marquee. Next slide, please. Here, we have new classroom areas for special education self-contained students. A new restroom, shower, and changing station have been added. There is a new laundry room, a cleaning station, and a new area for bus transportation and outdoor access for pickup and drop-off. 2 new art classrooms have been constructed. A new HVAC system has been installed along with a drop ceiling and new LED lighting. Here, our newly renovated media center has 3 3D printers in the new maker space area. 1 additional 3D printer will be placed in the iMac lab. The media center renovations include upgraded lighting, new carpet, paint, demolition of wall shelving, new furniture, and interactive flat panels. Kindergarten classrooms have also been added. There will be 4 kindergarten classrooms with 2 bathrooms in each classroom. Lab storerooms were removed to allow for the creation of the 2 hall accessible kindergarten restrooms. Lake Taylor will also have a playground area for the elementary students. The mobile units have been removed and the playground for Poplar Halls Elementary has been relocated to Lake Taylor. Fencing has also been installed around the playground area. And I have to tell you that right now, as we speak, another playground construction is being started today at Lake Taylor. Additionally, Upgraded lighting has been installed on the second floor hallways, and additional classroom furniture has been purchased and installed in the classrooms. To summarize, the faculty, staff, administration, students, and parents anticipate creating a legacy of learning at the proposed Lake Taylor Technology Academy, where students will develop 21st century skills. As an Apple Pathway School, our learning community will be one where global and digital citizenship experiences will prepare students for the future. And now we come to the time that we've all been waiting for at Lake Taylor, as we've worked over the last year and a half to prepare for the coming school year as a K-8 Technology Academy. We know that we've worked diligently, and we're asking that as you look at our proposal, that you approve the following. The proposed school name, Lake Taylor Technology Academy, the school's theme, technology, with an Apple Pathway to support it, the school's mascot, the Titans, so that we can become a part of the Titan experience and the K-12 community that is already there on Titan Way, our mandatory uniform policy, the school's colors of maroon and orange, 2 technology program coordinators. We also ask you to add that staff. We thank you for listening. We thank you for the opportunity to transform Lake Taylor and to continue to make school the best place it can be for our students. And at this time, we'll take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gibson, for that presentation. A lot of just great changes are going on over at the school. I can see, I love the sense of community. I know the parents really wanted those uniforms early on. I will just add another benefit to uniforms is you can get on the pass them along train. If you get, the older students just pass them down to the younger students, and that's always a benefit too. I just couple questions. First, I actually did not realize that all of this work has been going on. So, Dr. Birdsong, you can remind me if I'm just forgetting when this was, the name changed and everything was a little. This is the first time I'm hearing of it, I think. But I do want to know particularly about the name. I was under the assumption that academy was a very specific term used. And so if you could help me understand why academy and not school.
Mm-hmm. So certainly we talked with our community. The community was engaged in this conversation. It's not atypical to have academy attached to a school, especially when it has a specific theme. And as what has just been presented to you by Dr. Gibson, we're requesting this specific theme around technology for the school. And so we're asking you to consider that as we move forward. But this has been an ongoing discussion because really, technically, the board never voted to name Lake Taylor the Lake Taylor School. We've just been calling it that because it's no longer really a middle school. And so now, we've had the time to go through the process, which is why we're bringing the recommendation for today.
Mm-hmm. So I guess the academy, so this is not to be confused with a choice, like a specialty program
this is a neighborhood school, and the school will serve children zoned for the community. It is not a choice school, and there are no choice seats. This will be for this community, and it will be a part of the Apple Pathway that was created after Berkeley Campus Stella became an Apple Distinguished School. There are other schools in Norfolk as well that are Apple Pathway, and they're using iPads and Mac products to build their technology skill. At Lake Taylor, for example, there are 56 teachers. 43 of them between 2019 and now have become Apple certified. So that means that they can use the Apple devices to teach students as well as to teach students how to use them.
Right. And so the technology theme, did you look at other themes, or how did we arrive at the technology theme?
As the school opened and they began to work and they were identified in the pathway to be an Apple school, they began to do the courses and the professional development with Apple, and they began to use and implement the devices in the classroom. And every child has an Apple iPad at Lake Taylor. So it was only a natural flow in terms of building our students' skills and embracing 21st century skill development, that they would take technology. So the students and the staff and the parents worked to really promote and support that Apple pathway by the teachers having professional development. They also have PD scheduled for the summer, and by them actually using and having devices in their children's hands.
Thank you for that. So what I guess what I'm trying to understand is, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just wanting to get more information on. So how did it come to be designated as an Apple school?
Okay, the Apple team members and district leadership were meeting in 2017 through 2019 to discuss a Norfolk Public Schools, Norfolk State STEM, Everyone Can Code Pathway Initiative. During this discussion, additional priorities were identified that aligned with the district's goals. Those goals included early learning, literacy, closing the achievement gap, and engaging students, along with college and career readiness. From there, Berkeley, Campostella, and Dr. Doretha White, through her leadership, became an Apple Distinguished School, and she actually became a global commercial for Apple to show how how students could learn using Apple devices and how those devices could help us embrace teaching our children 21st century skills. From there, in the discussion with the leadership, Lake Taylor, along with Fairlawn, Ruffner, Lake Taylor High, Booker T. Washington, and Southside STEM became a group that was identified as an Apple Pathway program. They received literature and support along with the Apple devices to begin implementing the ideals and the strategies for being an Apple Pathway school into their schools. So that's how all of this got started.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. And so what I'm understanding is that the Apple program is now a platform to engage our students in project-based learning. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Smith and then Ms. Basine.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gibson, for the presentation. I kind of feel as though this presentation is putting the cart before the horse, meaning we're getting the report out before we receive the initial plan to go in this particular direction with Lake Taylor School. The last conversation I could recall us having was discussion around it being potentially a green school. Not saying that I'm advocating for or against it, just that there were other things that were put on the table for discussion, and the discussion never took root. But now we're seeing a report out on it. I'll start with the low-hanging fruit. As a former Viking and Titan, while I certainly respect what other districts are doing, my perception is we shouldn't combine both. Well, we shouldn't give the mascot to the middle school, the same mascot we have at the high school. During my time, and I don't know if it still continues, to be a Titan was something to aspire to. And the high school should be allowed to have ownership of that. If you look at what we've done in our school system, you only have 2 schools that have middle schools and high schools with pretty much the same name. And if we take a look at Norview and what was done over there, you have the navigators who then become pilots. Something of that nature, I think, would be more in line for this school as well. I don't know to what extent the community were involved in helping to make this decision. And what I mean by community is not just the students, but the parents, as well as others in the community to provide their input into just the future of that. Also, when we look at the curriculum, I'm not sure how this competes with the curriculum or program we have at the STEM Academy. Also, I'm not clear on how the pathway, well, the leadership piece of it is incorporated into it for students who will move on to Lake Taylor High School. I see indications of the STEM part of it for those who will go on to Booker T, but I'm not clear on just what aspect of that is going to be provided at Lake Taylor Middle School that transcends into the program that they have at Booker T. And likewise, I said for Lake Taylor, the military leadership program, where is that piece in it if we're talking about pathways from one place to another? I'm looking at my notes because I was writing notes as you were providing a presentation. That's pretty much all I have for right now. Yeah.
Am I allowed to respond to, there are two pieces. The pathway is a technology pathway, Ms. Smith, and we're speaking to that. The children can take their technology skills to anywhere they go. So when we talk about the pathway, we're talking about that technology theme and the skills that they are going to receive, and they'll be able to take those skills everywhere. The other piece is, I'm listening, but I just wanted to share what we meant by the pathway.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Dr. Martin.
Okay. Ms. Basine, Mr. Jordan, and then Ms. Campson.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, and thank you, Dr. Gibson, for this presentation. I guess Dr. Martin did a good job of asking, some of the questions that I think a couple of us might have had around this technology focus. And so you did provide some explanation, but I would like to get, I guess, a better understanding of how this instructional focus came to be. And I ask that because when I think of, some of our more recent schools that have changed their instructional focus, such as the Academy for Discovery at Lakewood and the Southside STEM Academy, we had previously, or the board had previously, had, I guess I'm not clear on the origination, but had established school planning and management teams for each school that comprised of parents. It had administrators. It had university leaders and industry leaders that kind of came together to really inform the instructional, what the instructional focus should be at the particular schools. And so when, I appreciate the explanation about, the community's involvement in this, in the proposed instructional theme, but as well as the other areas, can you speak a little more about who the community, and who was the community that was involved in establishing this focus? Because I agree with you, it can be an Apple Pathway school, but of course technology is just the means to providing the instructional focus. So I'd like to hear more about that, and I do have some other follow-up questions after that. But if you could provide more explanation first, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I'll repeat that between 2017 and 2019, Apple team members and district leadership met to discuss the pathway. And from there, they selected a cluster of schools that would receive technology, and teachers would begin to engage in professional development on how to use that technology to teach students, and every student in the building would receive a device so that they could in turn use the device in their learning each day. That piece in terms of the Apple Pathway is how Apple Pathway started at Lake Taylor. From there, the teachers in the building, the administration in the building, along with the CTE director, began to plan how they could expand on use of the devices in learning, as well as in incorporating a technology focus. So from there, they selected SOL standards from CTE, as well as subject areas where they will continue to be selected from in the future, and began to put together quarterly activities that children could learn, and things they could do so that they could use the devices in their learning as well as in the core curriculum. So there was a committee in that the administration, when the school merged, you have to understand the school merged. Someone said, here are these devices, you're a pathway school. Now we're taking these children and putting them in your building, now have school. And after that, they were left to figure it out. So they worked together as a professional learning community, and they put together a theme where they could begin to infuse technology use into the current curriculum and build on it from there. From that, they went to having quarterly projects where children will do certain things within their subject areas so that they're using the devices, but at the same time, their critical thinking skills, their collaboration skills, their creativity skills, their digital literacy, their media literacy, all of these things are being developed. So I hate to use the phrase because I think of my kids in school. What happened was the idea was planted and everybody went away and said, we'll be back for a report. The principal, along with the staff and administration and the curriculum experts from central office, began to work with the instructional team. They began to inform parents of what they were trying to do with technology, and they began to build their program from there. And as a result of that, this program and this proposal has evolved. Having worked in a specialty school, I can tell you they have enough here to build a 3-year curriculum where every quarter and every year on every level, the children are learning something, and that curriculum is changing. So as they progress from kindergarten through the 8th grade, when they leave Lake Taylor Middle School, they will have the skills necessary. They will have an experience that is unique, and they will probably, because they have a community where they have had input and voice in building in terms of their learning program, their achievement will be higher because they will be more engaged.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation. One thing, and this is not directed at anyone, but directed, to the board for discussion. Given, it's 2021, I feel like all of our schools are technology academies, honestly. And I think, yes, now that we have all hands on deck, to work to improve and strengthen all of our schools, I think that this warrants a re-examination of, the themes. What theme do we really want? That doesn't take away from the technology piece, because I think that is a means to delivering the outcomes. So for me, even, I think back several years now when I know in Ruffner Middle School, for instance, there was a banner up there that at one point Ruffner was, and Mr. Fraley might know this because, I think it was, you recall the banner that was up there that when Ruffner was deemed the technology school, I think it was like the innovative technology school, right, Mr. Fraley?
I think you're close. Yes, ma'am.
Or, I don't remember the exact name, but I remember thinking, well, so whatever happened to that, as we, and I think we're all on the same page on this, that when we put a theme behind a school, that we are intentional about the delivery of the curriculum and everything that is tied to that. And you've described that as being done there. But going forward, I think technology is very restrictive. I think all of our schools are technology academies, or should be, and I think we've been thrust into that during this pandemic. Even if we did have teachers or students that were hesitant or not as digitally literate, but I think now we're there. So I have apprehension about the school name on that front. So I just wanted to share that. And I have some other thoughts, about the uniform policy. I think the optics of at least what I'm observing is that a lot of our schools that have higher percentages of Black students have uniforms, whereas our more socioeconomically diverse schools do not have uniforms. And I think that the optics of that are not great. It concerns me. So, and that's just a general concern, that I personally have. But
sorry, I'm going to respond to that. So uniforms, though, are grassroots driven. So the school division does not mandate. I know it says mandatory because but of course that came from the community that they chose.
Right.
They went through the process of selecting to go that route with uniforms and met all the criteria to do that. So, I actually, having experienced both, I really personally like uniforms, and I think
I do too. I'm not arguing the benefits of it, but
and I'm not sure that every school community understands that they do have a choice in that, and in exercising that. So, it just so happens that some schools have chosen to go that route, and I'm a little surprised we don't have that conversation or a more widespread uniform policy. And I don't know. I think they chose it. I think we should support it. If the parents want it, they went through the whole process. That's not the issue that I would pick off this list. But I understand what you're saying about technology. Technology is everywhere. Our children are surrounded by it and have been their entire lives. So, that in academy, I can see, that getting some further examination. I would say to Ms. Smith's point about the Titans, I like the Titans. I think I love the continuity between the two schools. I think that, they share a campus. I think that I favor that, building the broader community. Once a Titan, always a Titan, right? So we'll get them young. But anyways, I'll move on. Ms. Campson's been patient. Go ahead, Ms. Campson.
I'd like to take just a minute to give my congratulations and thanks to all of the staff and the students and their parents and the community of that surrounds Lake Taylor School for the hard work they have put into transforming this school on their own over the past year. I listened to this and I felt like doing somersaults. I was so excited for what they've done. And I know how excited the staff is. Everything they've done has been step by step by step, carefully organized. This is an example of what you need to do to transform a school. And these people have done it. And I am disappointed to see, and I know how upset they're going to be listening to it, because you can bet they're all watching it. They're watching it, and they finished the presentation. And the first thing that happened is people started criticizing every little tiny detail, every detail. What does that have to do with our job? What does it have to do with our job to talk about the school colors they choose, the mascot they choose, even their theme? I personally wanted it to be an environmental theme there. But you know what? I don't go to that school and I don't live in that neighborhood. That's what they picked. So out the window with my environmental theme, which actually I got from Dr. Martin because she had suggested it and I thought it was such a good idea. I kind of stole it and talked about it all the time. But they didn't choose that. And as for technology, why can't a school be a technology theme? You do. Yes, we use those laptops and stuff and Chromebooks, but we don't go to the depth that the plan I see here includes, where you can turn them into an expert in it. That could even lead to for future employment. I think we all need to kind of sit back and take a breath and appreciate a school and its administration and staff and students all on board with this, who took this into their hands and transformed that school. This school has struggled many times in the past, and here is the vision that this board had when we decided to take it to a K-8 school to fix the problem we had with underutilization. And from that little kernel, look what they have created. Congratulations, everyone at Lake Taylor. You have done a fabulous job. Give yourselves a big applause for the work you've done.
I do want to
very much.
I do want to say that the technology piece does not preclude them from, and that's kind of what my question was. This is actually a platform for certain, project-based learning, and of course, technology and environmental science is very. We need technology to help advance our, our stewardship with our environment. And
we need technology in everything we do. It's a great catch. I love Academy with it. Why not? We name other things Academy. Why can't this neighborhood have this thing? This is the way it's supposed to be done when you want to transform a school. And they've taken the initiative to grab it in their hands and turn it into what they've done. Absolutely. Without a lot of agony. Here it is, school board. This is what we've done. We're ready to go. We've got all our pieces. It's only February. We've already got all of our pieces in place. We can't wait to get started. Our kids are excited. Our parents are excited. Lauren Campson's excited. I wish I could be part of this kind of transformation that this school is going through, to see how it's been changed. And Mr. Fraley, let me get you in here. Great job. I know I nagged you about it, which you didn't need. But you know me, we've known each other a long time. And what a great job on you got every single one of those things. No more having to listen to me say, what about the little baby bathrooms? So great job. I'm high on this. I'm excited. Great job, Lake Taylor. So proud of the Lake Taylor Technology Academy.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campson. I just, this is the first time we're looking at this. I think we were just asking some questions, and I'm not being critical of it. I think that I agree with you. Just, some clarification around the usage of the word academy, because it's being used in both choice schools and not, obviously here as a non-choice school, just trying to build some clarity around, kind of catching up on this. And so I think these are important distinctions to make. I too think it's wonderful. I love grassroots efforts. I love, again, I think that's how community comes together. And
when we did the same thing at Ocean View, when we went maritime, we planned the program. We planned what we were doing because we were the ones that were implementing it. We had certain guidelines, but basically they said, turn it into a maritime school. And that's what without us even saying it, that's what this staff has done.
Yes.
It's very impressive.
Okay, Mr. Fraley, did you have something to add?
I wanted to plug our facilities team because the majority of that work was completed by our tradesmen. I mean, there were some outside contractors, the people that put the asphalt down for the new bus transition and the HVAC, the large units on the roof. But for the majority of that work, our people did it, and it's great work.
It was, yeah. The pictures we saw showed how great the work was. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Mr. Jordan, did you have a comment or two?
Yes. So I do think it's a great work that's been done. I appreciate Ms. Campson's comments. She mentioned, how she had been advocating for certain things, and I think that's a good thing. I'm a little caught off guard. So I'm familiar with the pathway effort the Apple Pathway effort, and I'm glad that we are doing that. I think what I'm hearing, much of what I'm hearing here to me, I think is what many of us were anticipating was going to happen at Southside STEM Academy. So part of my concern is not so much because I don't like being in this position where all this work has been done, then it gets presented to the board, and then it devolves into the discussion that we're having now. That it sounds like if you raise a question that you're not supportive of the work that's been done, and if you say something positive that you are in support of the work that's been done. I'm trying to look at it from a more holistic perspective. Considering yesterday we spent time talking about the ed planning, and none of this came up during the ed planning, so I'm not quite clear how this fits or what the discussion was, how it relates to the ed planning. So first, I have a couple of technical questions, and then I'll come back. So on the school zone boundaries, which is a board decision, do you all have a map of the proposed school boundaries for this school? Do you know what the geographic? I know you had the list of neighborhoods, but is there a map?
When Lake Taylor Middle existed, Mr. Footy is still here. I'm going to let Mr. Footy respond to that because there were plans in terms of the zoning for the school when the transition plan was set into place. So I'm going to ask Mr. Footy if he will share that information with you.
Sure. Yeah, we have a map, Rodney. We can send that, but this plan does not change any school boundaries. That decision was made a couple of years ago. All of the Poplar Halls and Fairlawn fit into the Lake Taylor School, and those changes that the board approved when students shifted from Ingleside going to Lake Taylor to Norview was handled. So this does not change any of the school boundaries.
Right. So just as a reminder, when we were discussing those boundaries, and I mentioned this yesterday, when Southside STEM Academy was established with the choice seats, the students that were in the originally the students on the south side were zoned for Lake Taylor Middle. The Southside STEM Academy for the middle school component was not to be assigned as a neighborhood middle school zone. The students on the south side were to be given the opportunity to choose between, they were supposed to continue with the default middle school attendance zone of Lake Taylor Middle, and given the option or priority if they chose to be a part of Southside STEM Academy. So as I mentioned yesterday, what occurred in terms of the choice seats and the attendance zones at Southside STEM Academy, on the administration side, someone just sent out letters to the families on the south side and told them that their default middle school was Southside STEM Academy, and that's not what was approved. And then we just have stuck with that. So I just want to make that point if everybody wasn't aware of that. And the reason I ask that, because in essence, what this great program does is it takes out the students that were on the south side that had the access opportunity to attend what we now call Lake Taylor School, and assigns them solely to Southside STEM Academy. Then we have not yet fully, and there's great work going on there, but the level of implementation of the Southside STEM program continues to be under development. And now we've created or proposing to create the Lake Taylor Technology Academy that has many of the same components of what was supposed to be happening at Southside STEM. And now we are proposing to create that as a neighborhood school. So I just think from the boundary perspective, I still see that as a board decision based upon policy. And I think that's something we need to consider as part of the overall educational planning that we've talked about. I think the Apple pathway is great. Of course, as was mentioned, the Apple pathway started at the Berkeley Early Childhood Center. Parents and families and community leaders and advocates have been engaged with the concept of the Apple pathway and the training that took place at Berkeley Early Childhood Center follow and take place at Southside STEM Academy as their initial theme, feature, and magnet that had both the benefits of serving the students there as well as serving as we saw yesterday with the specialty programs, serving as a magnet, if you will, for the choice seats. So when Mr. Clanton brought up the other day and has been advocating about academies at different high schools and around the district, I think we just need to kind of drill down there, because either model is fine with me. I just think it's important that we are clear on what the model is. Otherwise, what I can tell you from my experience and in talking with those that I represent, it easily can come down to where people feel like if you're on one part of the city, your input is appreciated and your recommendations get implemented with fidelity. And if you're in another part of the city, you protest, you write letters, you get involved, you do all the things that the school division and the school board ask you to do, and things just languish. So I think it's important as part of this great program and recommendation that we be very, very sensitive to that. And I would like to hear maybe in partnership with this recommendation, what is it that we have underway with the Southside STEM Academy, so that as we move forward, we are not only building a new center of excellence at the Lake Taylor School, but we also are bringing forward the center of excellence at the Southside STEM Academy, so that we can rejoice as a board as a whole and as a school division as a whole as two great programs that we are bringing forward with this level of support and commitment. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Dr. Birdsong and then Ms. Campson.
Thank you. I just want to address a couple of issues. For quite some time now, the board has been requesting updates on Lake Taylor. If we've heard it once, we've heard it 1,000 times. And so this is the reason we're bringing these recommendations to you now. The school leadership, central leadership, has been working very hard to put this plan together to present to you as recommendations. We've been asked previously about where we are. And so today it landed on our retreat agenda. And so it's certainly perfect timing. We will be starting the next school year in just a few months. And so we need to have some things in place. And as it relates to the community, the principal did an outstanding job, and teachers in engaging the community around this effort. This was not a decision made by a central office. This was not a decision made by a couple of people in the community. The principal went above and beyond, and her staff, to engage the community around what they thought the theme of the school should be, as well as the name. And quite honestly, we were surprised about not, staying with the Lake Taylor name. We were surprised around the Titan, that being, the school's mascot. We had lots of questions about that, but we didn't push back because it was presented to us that this is what the community wants. And so we're trying to support what we believe the community wants for their school. And so we're behind them 100%. A lot of work and time and energy went into this. This was not done overnight. When I transitioned into the role of acting superintendent, I talked with the principal, Dr. Patterson, about moving forward and what we needed to do so we would be prepared to bring the board a recommendation. So I'm just a little confused why you guys, you didn't expect to have all of these recommendations today. You've been asking for updates, and today was the date that it was placed on the agenda for us to give you an update. And here we are today with our recommendations for you. We have engaged the community. And while I appreciate the concerns about Southside STEM, I'm not aware of any boundary changes. We certainly didn't make any boundary changes. We certainly wouldn't have done that without the board's permission to do so. So, the Southside STEM Academy, we have done things. We have done things with our budget to support the efforts over there. Things are going well. We have a brand new principal who is doing a great job with engaging the community and getting feedback. So that's where we are now. So we're bringing these proposals to you. We certainly appreciate your feedback and, things for us to consider. Certainly we will do so. But we thought that it was pertinent that we bring these matters to you sooner than later, because again, the next school year is really right around the corner. So thank you so much for the opportunity to respond.
So just respectfully, I just like to restate and be clear. I think I know you didn't mean any offense by it, but we're not we guys, we're the school board. And so I was simply sharing, I wasn't suggesting that the boundary changes happened under your administration. They happened a long time ago. They happened 4 or 5 years ago. I was just bringing that into the context so folks understood my comments. Secondly, as I said, I applaud the principals for the work that they've done. But I also think it's important that things be done in the context of what we've been working on. I appreciate their work. The presentation is on their agenda. We did receive the presentation, and I think in my role as a school board member, I have a right and a responsibility to share with my colleagues and with the administration my thoughts. And I've done that, and I appreciate Dr. Martin working with the board to get this on the calendar so that we could get this update and have this discussion. So thank you very much.
And respectfully, I apologize if I said you guys. I didn't even realize that I had done so. So I do apologize.
And we're at a retreat. It's a little more casual, but that's okay.
Didn't even realize that I had said that.
It's all right.
It wasn't intentional.
That's fine. But also, this is something I think we do need to work on, is asking questions does not mean we're, being overly critical of something. We have to learn to ask questions, it's our job. And also, like Mr. Jordan wants to put this in the larger context, because as a governance, level, that's what we need to do. So, we just need to work on this moving forward, that we, again, this is, Dr. Birdsong, you said, you guys got this from the community. You had some questions, you accepted it to move it forward to us. We're seeing it the first time. We have some questions, and it's just part of the process. And so, everyone's emotions are a little close to the surface, but, it's just, again, something we'll work on moving forward. Ms. Smith, go ahead, and then Mr. Clanton.
I thought I was next.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are. Lauren?
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to just take a moment to maybe answer some of those questions. I was involved as a staff member in the opening of Ghent School when it first came in. And I was also on the staff when they opened the Tanners Creek School. And the schools, not the administration, not the board, the schools chose their mascots. They chose their school colors. They even had some choice in the name of Ghent School, from the original Ghent Elementary to Ghent School. All were made there. No one was down in there with them doing it. Those names were selected and done by the staff of the school, working with with the new neighborhoods that were coming online there because they were totally new schools. And the uniform policy, that's really a staff deciding it. We tried it twice when I was at Ocean View. We were not as successful as they were because you have to get that 60% mark. But that was because the teachers, the administration, parents were requesting uniforms for some of the very reasons that Dr. Martin said. It's nice to be able to pass them on and those kinds of things. And plus, there's no people that are overdressed against poor children who can't afford it. It was more had to do with that anyway. But there was a policy for doing uniforms, which was clearly demonstrated here that it was followed, which is the policy that you send it out. You have to get a certain percentage of response back, and then you have to do it again. And we couldn't make the mark. I think it might've been 70% then, but either way, we could not make the mark. And we tried again a couple of years later, and we still couldn't make the mark. So we weren't able to do it. We stopped because we could not get enough parent support. But it was already, that policy that she followed was the same one I followed twice. There's no need to ask about it because it's part of the way that the schools are going. And if you go to a transformation of an existing school, it's still going to be a lot of those decisions are going to be made on site. And how well a new school or a candidate for transformation, how that turns out is really dependent on letting that the day-to-day guidance be done by a top staff, a top leader who's going to do that. And so hopefully that's getting ready to start happening at other schools that maybe have struggled some for it. But we can't go in and start dictating everything that happens because they're not having ownership. This is how they have ownership now at Lake Taylor School, hopefully soon to be Lake Taylor Technology School, is because they own these decisions. The staff, the administrators, the parents, the children, sure the children voted. Why shouldn't they vote? It's their school. So, and then they have ownership. They're more willing to participate in it. So I think and I do apologize for being so too loud when I talked a few minutes ago, but because everyone certainly does have rights to ask questions. But I know because I was getting texts the whole time that those were going on, and I think that it comes across maybe differently. They're asking for information. Both Ms. Smith and Ms. Basine were asking questions that they needed to have the answers to. I think it was just that it was so much questioning of them after they had worked so hard that disheartened that staff that's worked so hard and that's come together so great to do such great things for our children. So maybe sometimes we all, including Lauren Campson, need to take a deep breath. But I certainly still congratulate them. I think they've done a fabulous job, and they did things that they are allowed to do. They came here and asked for a thing that they weren't allowed to do, which was to change the name of the school.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for letting me say that. And I do apologize if I was a little too strong, but anyway, thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Smith and then Mr. Clanton.
Thank you. So Mr. Jordan and Dr. Martin hit on this as people are commenting. As a board member, we're entitled and we have a right to ask questions. And those questions don't necessarily mean we're asking anyone to change anything. We're also responsible for expressing the concerns of the community that comes to us. Again, not saying to change anything, just sharing concerns with the administration that they may not have received that are coming from the community to us, as well as some of our concerns. I'll use the simple example of the mascot. If we're not able to express our concerns, why are we here? So what comes out of our mouths and what it's translated into the ears of the listener are two different things. Not once did, I would say in that particular example, as well as others, did I say anything about changing what has been presented to us? And then on a different note, I'd like to say I appreciate the level of work that went into this. I'll also say that from a facilities perspective, Dr. Gabriel and I toured the facilities and would like to commend Mr. Fraley and his group on the excellent job that they did with the changes that were already laid out that we were fully aware of, and basically being able to translate and show us what we had agreed to or what we had discussed and what the outcome was so that we could easily just follow what was taking place. And I don't think that the feedback and the comments that were made here today are any less than that. We just simply jumped over, it appears, some steps and moved from one place to the output without much in between when it comes to presenting or being made aware of the final steps in this, the name change and all of that.
Thanks, Ms. Smith. Ms. Basine, go ahead. I'm sorry, Carlos. Carlos and then Tanya.
I'm going to respectfully say this, that at least if we could go back to at least allowing every board member to speak at least once before we have repetitive people come back. But I do want to point out, I know that it's very new, very fresh from yesterday. We spent about 3 hours and 45 minutes in governance training. But I just want to remind us about some things that our trainer reminded us, that school systems exist for one reason only, and that's to improve school outcomes. And the function of the school board is to represent the vision and values of the community, that we're elected to do those things. And it's the function of the superintendent to implement that vision and value of the community. So with that being said, thank you, Dr. Birdsong, and your team for bringing a recommendation to the board. We're going to have to talk about it at some point. I go back to my colleague, Mr. Jordan, in respect of what I've talked about and really been advocating, and what several of you have advocated for as well. This has to be a part of the bigger picture of how we're going to change in what is going to ultimately improve student outcomes. That needs to be the big thing at the end of the day. I really care less about school colors or mascots. That's not really my function. Going back, that's what the recommendations have to come to me as a board member and say, okay, and if you're telling me that the community is telling me that this is what they want, then this is what we're supposed to be representing. So I don't understand why we're spending 35, 45 minutes, but like I said, it's new. We only spent 3 hours and 45 minutes, and we'll spend some more time tomorrow talking about this. But I just encourage my colleagues to try to go back to what we've at least been, dabbling in a little bit since yesterday, and as we'll come back to this tomorrow. But I appreciate the fact that we have asked for some type of update and that you have some type of plan. But I agree with Mr. Jordan in the respect about Southside STEM Academy and some of these other these schools, that we aren't just labeling academies and, things like that, but we look at this as a part of the bigger educational planning process. So I'm not going down the hill about the academy thing here today, but I'm just kind of making a pinpoint for me as we continue to talk about the education planning process for the entire division, whether or not we're doing academies at a high school level, whatever else, that we just kind of bring that into conversation. And I believe that with this type of plan here, it's not set in stone, and it's really honestly leaning on some of the things that we've done in the past. Uniforms is not new to this division. And we know the benefits and so forth. And a lot of our parents have gotten behind this. But I just want to thank the administration for coming back and presenting this to us, whether or not it's a technology academy or not, just reminding ourselves that as a board, as we go through this educational planning process, as we move through the strategic planning process, that all of these things have to align together. And we're going to have to go back and look at some things. But I do want to point out, and I think, Mr. Jordan, you did bring up about the boundary lines. I remember, because it was hot, we were sitting in the superintendent's conference room with a different superintendent. I think it was back in 2019. And that's when the consultants came to us. And because I remembered Ingleside because it was talking about the patterns, and we were talking about popular halls and all of that, what's going to line up. So we did get a chance to look at the maps then. I'll go back and try to see if I can find them. But we did get presented, and we weren't changing, because I remember that coming up as a question, were we changing boundaries? And it was just really, no, this is what the feeder pattern is going to remain. But yeah, so that's just my thought on that one. Thanks, y'all. But let's just try to go back and take in some of the stuff we got from our governance training, and just remember, is this to improve student outcomes? The academy may very well be how we're doing the instruction, but that's why we hire staff to do that. And whatever their recommendation is really just to vote on the recommendation, whether or not we see it's good. Not saying that questions aren't bad or good, or either way. I think we're supposed to ask questions, but I just don't want us to get back and forth on stuff that I just don't feel like is, and that's just my recommendation as one of your colleagues, going back and forth. But thanks, y'all. And 12 is approaching.
Thanks, Mr. Clanton. And two things I would like to speak to. One, Mr. Fuddy did confirm that 2 years ago we voted on the lines, the district lines for the school, and that has not changed through this process that was presented today. And number two, I'm going to say we have spent more time schooling each other than we have actually talking about the topic. So that's something else that I'm going to put in the parking lot that we need to work on as well. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, and apologize if we are schooling each other. But I just want to say I appreciate the comments that Mr. Clanton made. I just want to reemphasize in that context, as I said yesterday and said earlier today, the entire ed planning has been about student outcomes. And it's something that we have worked on for a while, like I said, beginning in the 2012, 2013 timeframe, which it grew out of the entire effort around the Southside STEM Academy. Because when I first got on the board, there was these promises that had been made, whether it was going to be a K-5 school or a K-8 school, and then a decision was made and then the community was upset. And so the whole educational planning grew out of Southside STEM Academy as we know it today, and also grew out of these similar things that we're talking about with the Lake Taylor School. And I applaud the work, again, that's been happening at the Lake Taylor School. But if we're going to be able to, over time, build upon the focus of the work that we do with educational planning around student outcomes, these strategic plans, these initiatives have to be able to survive, as I've said, maybe during the training, the turnover that we see on the board, the turnover that happens in the community and so forth. So I raised these issues and I brought forward my questions and I raised these concerns because, as Mr. Clanton reminded us when we were dealing with this issue and we were talking about Ingleside and parents having the opportunity to choose, some of us recommended, and I thought it was agreed, we say, okay, well, let's put a pin in this because we want to be able to come back and talk about the context of what happens at the Lake Taylor School with the Ingleside piece and the impact on attendance and enrollment at Southside STEM. So I think this is a wonderful presentation. I just don't want to be in a position where I'm glad we received it, but I think that it's important that we schedule appropriately so that we can consider all those things that we talked about before as we move forward and have an understanding of when you put a kink in the hose on one end, what does it do for the water that's on the other side? That's all. So thank you, and Dr. Martin and Dr. Birdsong, as we do agenda planning moving forward and talk about what our next steps may be, then we can discuss that and make sure that we keep the full board aware. Thank you.
Yep. And so we'll be adding this. I don't know that it's on the February 17th agenda to vote on.
I don't think we've done that. We hadn't discussed it. I think it would be too early to, in my perspective, the board just received it. So I think that need some time to review it and digest it and get some feedback, I wouldn't recommend a vote at this time or putting it on the 17th agenda from my perspective.
Okay. All right. We'll talk more about that, about where.
Could I ask one quick question? The only thing that's here for us to vote on is the name change for the school. Is that correct?
It says school board vote on in all the bullet points. So
maybe Dr. Birdsong can address it, but once again, choosing school colors and mascot names and the uniform policy itself is a policy you follow. Mm-hmm. My understanding, but I could be incorrect, is Dr. Gibson, isn't the only item that they really are voting on here is the name of the school?
I think we would need board support on all of these things. And I'm just going back to my experience. When I was a building principal, we were trying to rename think about changing the mascot at Azalea, for example, because I think it was Lafayette Winona. They were also the Rockets. And then, we were basically told that there was a process with, board approval and all of that. And so we just decided not to move forward. But I do believe that this would need board support.
Okay.
Well, just please, Dr. Birdsong, give us some clarity, just so we're very sure about what we need to decide on and what we don't need to decide on.
Definitely with the name, because this is a repurposed facility. So we would definitely need your vote on that, as well as the uniform policy. We do have a policy around that. And with the budget, of course, certainly in my budget proposal, I would add the 2 technology program coordinators position.
Oh, well, yeah. Mm-hmm. But are we really going to choose their school colors and their mascot for them?
That's what I'm pointing to.
I mean, really talk about being in the weeds.
Honestly, to do that, I don't want to have that on our agenda to vote. Okay. So yeah, just some clarity around that.
My comment is, if I don't need to vote on, and never have I advocated to vote on the uniform or the mascot.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, is just some clarity by the time this goes on to the agenda, that we are voting on things that are necessary for us to vote on and not all these bullet points as it appears to be on this.
We do have a uniform policy that requires board voting.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Gabriel, for our agenda, I think that we might want to, I agree with Mr. Jordan, maybe not today or this. I think give a little bit of time and probably bring it together as a package, with the color, name and everything else down there, but we're really just voting on the name. And like Dr. Birdsong did say, we do have a uniform policy that would require a vote. But I would agree. I think this, defer this till maybe March, give it a little time.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our, because we have our agenda planned into March. So we'll go back and look at when, as soon as we can get this on our workshop and our business meeting.
And let's get it done in time so that they can go ahead and move forward with it, so they're ready for the excitement that they're going to be getting when school starts in September.
Yep, we'll do that. All right.
Thank you.
Any closing remarks? Okay, Ms. Vestine.
Sorry, I've had my hand up. So when does administration need to have a decision made by?
As soon as possible is what I'm hearing, right?
Yes, with rebranding, I know Mrs. Matthews presented some information to you on that. It would just take time to put all that together and in place, and certainly with instructional programming and things of that nature. The sooner that the building administration, central administration knows, we can prepare for the changes.
It'd be nice for the kids to be able to have their school T-shirts and everything at the beginning. Think of the excitement they're going to have when they walk in and all that stuff to go. I'm so excited for them.
Yeah, So if I may go back to my comment. So thank you for that clarification, Dr. Birdsong. And so just based on, as you just, that was my next question. So based on the information that Miss Matthews provided earlier, I'm just kind of ballpark figure in terms of costs. I'm combining the elementary and middle school cost estimates that she provided earlier. So we're looking at about $150,000 potentially, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that in addition to the 2 technology program coordinators would be.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question.
Thank you all so much for your listening and your dialogue. We do appreciate it, and we anticipate and look forward to our next time to share.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. Okay, any closing remarks about the retreat in general? Anything? Okay, so this does conclude our retreat portion of the week, and we will have our governance training tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for half a day. Mr. Jordan?
Martin? Yes.
Yeah.
I do have a comment about the retreat. I think it was very well done. I want to thank the board and thank you for working together to make this happen. I want to thank Dr. Birdsong and her team for the presentations and the work that they've done. I think it has set us up for a good opportunity for how we can do retreats like this moving forward and address issues of policy and strategic initiatives and governance training. And so I think it has been a very good positive use of our time. And as we work forward to streamline maybe some of our regular meetings, I know we will get better at it each time that we do it working together. But I do think that a significant amount of hard work has gone in, both from the board level, the administrative level, the folks at Channel 47, folks that have been working that we may not even be aware of. And I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to thank everyone who was involved to help make this a successful retreat. So I do want to say that.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your hard work too, as well, with putting together the framework for our retreat and the topics. Dr. Birdsong, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank everyone for this time that we've had together. I certainly have appreciated the time that we've had together, and I am excited about us growing together as a strong governance team. And I certainly want to thank the staff. They put in a lot of time and energy and effort into putting reports together and data. So I would be remiss if I didn't recognize and acknowledge their hard work. So thank the team, including our school level teams as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to say, one of the things that I really enjoy about our retreats, and I know we don't have them very frequently, but what I really enjoy is the interaction that we are not getting during our regular meeting time, but the interaction with our with all of you that are here, and and Ms. Matthews mixing us together in our breakout rooms and getting to know each other better. It's as important now as ever that we get those opportunities, because we're not passing each other in the hallways from one meeting to the next and having those little side greetings and things. And so this is just such a flat environment. We miss out on all of that. So so this is really wonderful opportunity to do this and to speak more candidly about our appreciation for all of you, and for, of course, our schoolhouse and the broader community of NPS, and just the passion and the hard work that you all are doing, and just brilliant staff. I mean, just everyone is just so talented in their own areas, and bringing it together to make our retreats so successful is we're just very fortunate. It's very valuable to the broader vision for our district. So thank you all. For those of you who won't be joining us for the governance training tomorrow, enjoy your weekend, and thank you so much for all that you've contributed to this week. And with that, I'll adjourn. All right.